I'm feeling like we should do a Bateman walk. You know, it's been a long time since we've had a Bateman walk. Who wants it? Any requests? Or am I choosing a random Bateman walk? Game Gear, Ultra Kill, Milliman, Guyman, Final Fantasy VII Man. You want to walk in Japan IRL one day? Dude, well, we can virtually do it today, but same, dude. What's up, gamer? Kazakh K. Final Fantasy VII Man? All right. I don't think I edited that one at all, except for the very beginning. Please enjoy. Damn, it's been a while.
Oh, big.
Oh, big. Hey, thanks for the bits, Artorias. Let's go on a virtual walk through Japan, shall we? Someday. Someday we'll go through a walk in Japan in real life. But today we do it virtually, just after the rain. Looking out for Pink Girl about 3/4 of the way through. The magical realm of Japania. How you guys doing this fine evening? Howdy, Mr. Woe. Glad to catch you live again. I am Atlas. Nice, dude. First time chatter. Thanks a lot. Yeah, there's some exciting AOS stuff happening. There's some exciting Age of Sigmar happening. We finally got to the point where either one, they're starting to do the battle tomes that were made after 4th edition was done, and they could spend more time on them, so they're good instead of really bad, or we're getting to the battle tomes that are always really good because someone on the design team plays them and there's only like 6 people making books. One of the two. A little column A, a lot more of column B. The flats demand the knowledge. What type of Sando witch tonight? I didn't have a sandwich, I had soup. Took the old ice pick. to the frozen soup that fills the entire freezer in the shape of the inside of my freezer. Ice picked out a bowl. Beef barley. Good shit. Just like great grandma used to make. No sandwich tonight. Haven't left the house in a week and a half, so I don't have any bread. But I think I will tomorrow. Tomorrow seems like a good slice. 43 days until Walk, Milwaukee. Oh, Adepticon approaches. Beneath the asphalt of Milwaukee, an ancient evil stirs. Corgo. Truly ancient and truly evil. A true baby. Big Defiler, though. Yeah, the thing looked kind of sick. Did you see Discord is requiring ID next month? I did. I was hoping that the disgusting European nanny police state would not infect America with their lies about protecting the kids, but it's just obviously not about that. It's about government control, censorship, and making sure they have a picture of everyone in their database that will get hacked the day they make it. Guaranteed. I was hoping America, with its ostensible love of freedom, could escape from that. But it looks like the enshittification of Discord is moving right along, unfortunately. Which is too bad. Discord recently had a data breach anyway. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. It was right after they half implemented this plan. Literally, I think the day of or the day after. Like clockwork, set your watch to it. Cybersecurity, Japan. If Discord has enough of your personal info, they just auto-verify you. I hope so. God knows they've been harvesting it for long enough. You know? Is that actual soup tech, or did it occur naturally? No, in the hand of man crafted this soup, I could tell. The soup I ice-picked out of my freezer was intelligently designed by my great-grandma. And that's one recipe we haven't forgotten. Ayo. You think everyone is going to abandon Discord and it won't matter? I think they're not. It's very hard to defeat the inertia of people already on a platform that, and this is the important part, quote, everyone uses. Okay? That's the clincher. The inertia of just staying where you are and not doing something new, plus everyone's already here, those two things tend to stop most people from adopting stuff like Blue Sky versus Twitter, or, you know, whatever thing will inevitably try to come out that's supposedly going to replace Discord. Anyway, like, yeah, sometimes there's big migrations, but usually not. That's kind of like why boycotts tend not to work in general. But as always, I'm hoping for the downfall of people in charge who make bad decisions. As always. Boycotts don't work because it's slacktivism. Yeah, for the most part. I guess the difference is between an actual boycott and like an optical boycott, if you know what I mean, right? Like companies tend to react very quickly to real boycotts and maybe release a statement, but nothing changes for optical boycotts. But the strongest boycotts, the ones that work exponentially better than even really organized normal boycotts, the ones that can't be ignored, are ones that aren't really boycotts at all. It's like the hand of the market being like, yeah, nobody wants this, and then the thing just blows up, right? Those are the ones that work the best when they don't have to be organized because everyone is just like, yeah, that's shit. You know, the sort of the Concord stuff. You're telling me a boy made this cot with his very claws? You trust the hackers more than the companies? I mean, the hackers are more honest, but I know you're being flippant, but I wouldn't go that far. This year in politics, I think we can say that if nothing else, the traditional bad guys are really actually bad. You know? Anyway. Maybe I don't want to fly a plane that blows up half the time. Yeah, kinda. Maybe I don't want beer with sawdust in it. Unless it's hickory smoked and adds to the flavor. You wonder which conspiracy theory will be proved true next time? I mean, kinda. I wouldn't get it too twisted. A lot of conspiracy theories that are like, quote, proved true are more like horoscopes, where people kind of ignore a whole bunch of the parts of that conspiracy that were completely wrong. But like, there's a kernel 5 feet to the left of where they were aiming that was kind of right or bad in a different way, and then they're like, see, there it is. I read my horoscope. They said I would make an important decision today. They can see the future. Yeah, it is funny to meme about, and don't ever lose sight of that. Okay, remember the rule. The rule is be funny. That's it. That's one of the most important rules of the Discord. Simply be funny. And you can get away with a lot. Anyway, we got a big show tonight. Looking over the Tzeentch Book for Age of Sigmar. I did Lumineth Realm Lords Friday, and I don't know if I said the thing or not. I saw some comments on my last stream on YouTube, and they're like, he's gonna say the thing, you know, and say the line, Bart. Do this for my army, why don't ya? I don't know if I exactly said that, but I think I implicitly, I implied it. Because I'm pretty sure I said something like, do this for 11 battle tomes you've already released, why don't you? The quality control on battle tomes, that's a problem. I feel like we should have solved that already. Implicitly implying implications. Greater than symbol. Old world, everyone is badass though, except Empire. Oh, sorry to hear that. Did you see the Patrick Bateman Ozark Bone Reapers meme card on Warcom today? No, I didn't. New Defiler could be a Stonehorn if you squint real hard, yeah, and get hit in the head. And draw a line around its negative space and cheat a little bit. I don't know its rules, mind you, so maybe that's what you're referring to. We got some Commander rules updates. I feel like what we do is we'll talk about the Commander rule updates because there aren't a lot of them. And also I didn't expect a lot of them. And then we'll get into the Tzeentch Book, and then we'll do Commander deck review for as long as people have decks, or until I get sick of it. Just keeping it real. I don't know how good I'll be at it. This is a test run. You know, this is science. I don't know how good I'll be at it. I'm pretty good at Magic. Pretty good at deck building. For the most part. But maybe I'm just good at building the type of decks that I like. And when I try to help other people, it'll accidentally morph them into something that I would like instead of them. I don't know. We'll just have to see. You know, we'll have to figure it out. One thing I'm probably bad at helping with is budget. But I don't know. I'll give it a shake. Are we submitting decks to the Discord for... Yeah, I feel like I'll just bring them up on Discord. The rule is it has to be on Moxfield. Because Architect is grotesque to look at. Like, it's such an ugly website. And the ways it arranges decks are gross. And I don't think it has a sample hand player. And if it does, then good work, but still Moxfield. So I guess that's the only rule. I'm sure it must. It has to. Because if Moxfield has one, then probably the competition has to. And I've seen people use Architect. It's not like no one uses it. So it must, you know. Although, if my channel gets sponsored by Architect, then I love it and it's great and I personally use it. If you get sick early, maybe a good fried turnip 28 will settle your stomach. I have a turnip 28 thing in one of my many tabs on computer number 2. I just haven't checked it out yet, but I saved it there so that I wouldn't forget. What mode deck will you review? Commander. Unless you were asking a different question. Alex True Custodian. Use code BIG for 10% off the first 3 months of Architect Plus. Be the change you want to see in the world. How can they sponsor you if no one uses it? Maybe they have an angel investor. Maybe it's a crypto scam. As long as the money hits my PayPal, I don't give a fuck. Well, that's not entirely true. I turn off certain types of ads on my YouTube videos. So there is some deference there. You get to just a little bit, just a tiny bit control the type of ads people see on your YouTube. For instance, I don't do gambling ads, particularly to children, because I think that'll rope them in early and I think it's bad. And that includes phone games because they're the same thing. I don't do religious ads and I don't do politic ads. Those are my 3 things. I think I have a 4th. Oh yeah, medication. I don't do medication ads because I don't think you should be... I think it should be illegal to advertise medicine to people instead of doctors. To be quite honest. And I don't do religious ads because I don't believe in any of them. And I don't do politics ads because I don't believe in any of them. And I don't do children gambling and or phone games. Which apparently those are... I just chose those independently because it's like, hey, do you want to not advertise certain types of stuff that you don't believe in? I'm like, yeah. And so I clicked those 4 things. And YouTube leaned in real close to the mic. And YouTube is like, those are the ones that pay the most. And everything else doesn't pay a lot. And I'm like, all right, well, I guess I'll have a nice big bowl of my principles for dinner tonight. Oh, look, it's nothing. Because you don't believe in children? I mean, I don't like children. I don't like children. Never wanted to have any, so I didn't. And I don't really like seeing them. I mean, you need to have them so the human race doesn't go extinct. So that's on the plus side of kids. That's a good one. But not for me, thanks. And they should not be seen and not be heard by me. Meat and Fuck Kingdom ads are on the table, boys. Let's go. Hey, thanks for the watch streak, Bard from Eternity. r/child-free confirmed. No, I really don't go on Reddit. I like Reddit for Googling things that are answers to tech questions. But I don't really go to Reddit on purpose unless I'm looking for the answer to something. I tried to make a Reddit account when I was trying to get my channel successful, but the place sucks. No offense. You got some staggeringly imbalanced people on Reddit, depending on where you go. Even if you go to a normal place. You don't like gambling? Why do you play Destro then? Because I like the aesthetics of the army I chose, and then regret GW's ideas about how to try to make that fun. Same as every destruction player. That being said, I love gambling. I go to, I love going to Las Vegas. I love personally gambling. I just don't think you should get kids into it right away because it'll screw their life up. If you're an adult, then you can do what you want. It's America. That's kind of how I feel about it. You're watching some Professor Magic content because you don't have context. It was a 4-person pot of commander. 2 of them thought the rule was spend 100 on the deck. The other 2 thought it was $1 per card. Which would be harder? $1 per card. Me and the old Magic team, I think we made 2 of them, or maybe 3. We had a thing called $10 Chuck, all right? And you had to make a $10 commander deck and then play them against each other. And I don't know if you can quite do that anymore because card prices are up, but this was early TCG player, and so the cards we were getting were like, ooh, I can get this 7-cent card for 2 cents because it's heavy play with a rip in it. Like we were scraping the bottom of the barrel. And it was like a fun challenge to try to create a deck that was $10. That's very cheap. Obviously. I mean, you're choosing mostly 5-cent cards, right? As far as playing it, you kind of laugh at how bad they are, but it wasn't really that fun. I imagine it's like playing Bracket 1. 10 including basics. You got the basics for free. We actually just used, one of my buddies at his studio has got one of those little basic land things for drafting. We just pulled him out of there. The jalopy, first time chatter. These videos make you wish you could go back to Japan. I still want to visit one time. I still want to visit Japan. I think it'd be nice. But I feel like I should learn a little bit of King. I feel like I should learn a little bit of Japanese if I'm going to visit there. Just a touch, right? Tay Barracuda, thanks for the tier 1, 54. So fucking big, yeah? It's true. You'd like to live in Japan, but only if you're rich enough to avoid needing a job. I mean, same. Maybe. You don't need much. I know there's a lot of, like, shared English stuff. Depending on what city you go to. You know, probably the bigger the city, the more English there is. Like, look here. We're walking past Starbucks. That's in English. Starbucks, I should say. Kids should be introduced to gambling in the good old way. Playing marbles and losing them on the field by a player who uses metal marbles. Bust out the pogs, dude. Stress-free environment. Lived in Yokohama. Didn't need as much Japanese. Okay. The Slammer. Hogs were banned in your elementary school, really? Japan is way easier than Central South America or mainland Europe. I don't really want to go there. It's not a value judgment. It's just, yeah, I don't really care to go to somewhere like UK or France or Germany or whatever. Central South America. No. Big food sign. People aren't actively hostile to you as an American. I mean, probably not. They have had a problem with streamers over there. The nuisance streamers, the live bloggers, giving all of them a bad name kind of thing. And they also had the tiniest, and I mean the tiniest, amount of immigration, and they didn't like how those people acted, and so now I think the conservative Japanese government just had the biggest overarching victory since World War II. Like they control like 300 out of 400 seats. They can change the constitution. Talk about a snapback. Google is perfect for planning routes on the trains. Yeah, I would need that, Gilnir. I would need such a thing. To me, subways, I look at the map for a subway system and it just looks like spaghetti. And so I'd have to take my time figuring that out and probably go the wrong way a few times. I'm bad with directions. Luckily, your phone is a mini-map nowadays, kinda. So... You want to go to a foreign country, visit their KFC, show them my Kentucky ID, and lie saying you're from Kentucky gives me a discount. Just tell him you know the Colonel. He's your uncle. Get your picture taken with him. The nuisance Anglos in Japan are more often drunk Aussie rugby bros. Really? You know, Japan is pretty close to Australia, all things considered. So I guess there would be some transportation between the two countries. The Baka Gaijin streamer. America Jin. Going to Disneyland for Aussies is going to Tokyo. That's kind of cool, though. I'm hoping the Aussies one day wake up and decide to terraform Australia so you can, like, live on the whole place. I think that would be kind of cool. So, like, one day the continent of Australia is just Coruscant. Like, that'd be sick. I think they should do it. Johnny Somali was one of them, yeah. Probably the most noteworthy. He tried to argue he wasn't beholden to Japanese law because he's American. Yeah, I mean, that shit apparently works in Britain, but it won't work in Japan. Good. Don't be a fucking douchebag. You can live everywhere in Australia, it's just hot. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I'm thinking about comfortably. TD Wolf. First time you made it to a stream. Hey, welcome. We're about to do Tzeentch after we talk about magic, after we talk about apparently terraforming Australia and making it Coruscant. A little walk through Japan here. Good evening, HeyWoah. Hope the stream goes well. Same. Thanks for the streak, the watch streak. Yeah, I believe he's in the Korean gulag, or whatever the equivalent is. I don't know. For whatever reason, it is irrational, I think. But for some reason, I subconsciously summon more hatred for nuisance, like practical joke but cruel and maybe dangerous type of people than probably they're worth. But I just really don't like that. I mean, maybe it's just like a human thing. Like, you can be a certain level of obnoxious that people will hate you more than legitimate murderers or criminals or something. It's kind of like, it's like in Mass Effect, right? Everyone hates, what's her name? In Mass Effect 1, the human supremacist girl. Everyone hates her. Because she's racist. Well, not really racist, but the space version of racist. Ashley, yeah. And they hate her more than characters in the game who cause genocide, personally, right? Or murder people, or Batarians or something. And I'm like, yeah, you know, you probably shouldn't be like that. But at the end of the day, racism is not as bad as murder, genocide, or rape, right? Like, it's just, due to the nature of bad things in the world, it's actually not that bad. We try not to do it, but let's not go crazy. Yes, Solarians, the designer of the genophage. Oh, forgive him, he has a funny face. He's sad about it. Caused a race of 300 billion to be basically infertile. He sings a song. But she's racist, fuck her. Okay. We don't all know Hitler, but we all know annoying assholes. Yeah, I mean, probably the biggest sin of a character is to be annoying. Speaking of Japan, how come they always include an annoying character then? The incredibly fuckable wife character. You know, now that I think about it, Mass Effect 1 had pretty poor choices, didn't it? Because your dude friend, the other human, what a whiner. What a fucking whiner. He was annoying too. And then you had Green Alien. Okay, yeah, everyone loves Green Alien. Science girl with a clipboard. You're guilty, Your Honor. It was a setup. Yeah, Kaiden Alenko, I think. Man, what a bitch. He died on Vermeer in 100% of playthroughs. You're a Jack guy yourself? Look, I've been there. I've made those mistakes. I'm not going to tell you I wouldn't have. Like a walking, talking, I can fix her. Now, Tali Zora Vas Normandy. That doesn't count, though, because that's in 2. I guess Jack is in 2 as well, so fair enough. The annoying character is there to direct the ire of the show viewers away from more legitimate characters. Oh, maybe. Maybe it's a psyop. Tali, the objectively correct choice. Dude, I played Mass Effect probably 3 times. And every time after the first, I'm like, okay, this time I'm going to explore different relationships. And then you get to that first mission. And I'm like, oh, babe, I can't stay mad at you. Okay. Here we go again with another Tali playthrough. You think most people forget that Tali was supposedly underage in 1? Really? Didn't know that. I think most people don't know that. But there's maybe the 1% out there that really do know that. And maybe that's a concern. FBI, open up. In her species, she's 800. Oh, okay, I'll just lie face down on the ground, put my hands in the get cuff me position, just all on my own. The space cops showing up. Apparently you're supposed to tell you to remember Rock Hydra and watch the wheels of time spin before you forget. I'm aware of Rock Hydra, the magic card. Is that it? Checked on the wiki. She was 22. Eat shit, bitch, for life. Tali supremacy. Greetings, Brothor. You were looking huge today. That's the guild MOTD. Ref redeemed a meme ad, which I'll get to in a second. It is funny how easily human supremacy can argue itself in sci-fi against aliens. Avatar had to keep backtracking to make the humans eviler. Yeah, that, to me, that's kind of an annoyance I have with a lot of media. And with a lot of media. There will be times where, and a lot of times it's a movie and a lot of times it's a game, but they will be moving towards a legitimate moral dilemma. And they're sort of like tempting you. They're like, hey, look, we're about to do some adult thinking here. We might have to approach a difficult situation to which there are no good outs, you know? And then like, never mind, one side is cartoonishly evil for no reason. Oh, geez, good. Oh man, we almost had to think for a second. Nope, don't worry. The world's black and white. It's all so easy. Persona 5 does this a lot. Whew, jeez. Yeah, good thing the one side was cartoonishly evil, or we would have had to make a decision or think about something, or maybe reflect on anything. Never mind, don't worry about it. What's more evil than Whaler? Yeah, so like the humans in Avatar. If the brainstem of a whale gave humans immortality, the first question I would ask is, how do we sustainably farm them forever? And it's like morally righteous to do that. It'd be like cutting trees. You know who plants the most trees in the world? Tree cutters. Because they want to keep cutting trees forever. It'd be like that, except with whales. And so like, no, you don't understand though. They're being cruel to the whales on top of everything else for no reason. Don't worry. Don't worry. Humans are the bad guys. It's not complicated. It was maybe going to be a little complicated, but don't worry, we made them cartoon villains that are cruel and torturous on purpose just so no one has to think about this. Don't worry. They're bad. You know who bred the most dinosaurs? Oil executives. All right, +1. Good meme. That's a good meme. But they don't even need it, though? They have cloning and mind upload? Dude, if you have cloning and mind upload, you die. Well, maybe not. No, yeah, I think you do. Is it like transporters in Star Trek where you actually die? I don't know, we'll see. Commotion +1. If you got consciousness transfer, it doesn't matter about immortality. Goo, I suppose. I think it's still worth going for. Maybe the sapient space whales will willingly part with their valuable immortality. Goo. Well, hey, step into my office. We've been setting up trade federations forever. Welcome to the fold. Is there anything we can do that you want? Now, if there isn't, we will probably turn you into tree farms forever and kill you. But, trade's a good stand-in, then everybody wins. Ambergris? I barely know her. On top of theoretically killing you, there's also a small chance of Star Trek teleporters just kind of fuck up and you transform into a pained and horrible Cronenberg monster. Yeah, like the Fly and Die of Shock. I feel like that happens a lot as a slave to the plot of episodes, because it can't happen statistically that often and be actually used. Then again, if you look at automobile accidents as a percentage, maybe we would still use it anyway because it's so important to moving people around in infrastructure and stuff. Although you could imagine a Star Trek world where people almost never use it. It's just for transporting freighters and semi-truck loads of stuff, right? That would, it would have to be magic at that point, but it's already magic, so who cares? I mean, you would use it to transport stuff. Star Trek, the truckers of the future, or just the guy who pressed the red button? Star Trek also says they're utopia, but Starfleet is like 80% fascists or mind controlled by parasites. Yeah, I don't watch any of the new shows. They lost the recipes on those new shows. But I suppose you could extrapolate some of the old ones for that kind of thing too. Quake teleporters are wormholes, so it's fine. Okay, fair enough. Imagine being all-powerful and not being benevolent. It's possible that you are all-powerful, and so you know what real benevolence is. And from people's point of view, they have such a small piece of... They have such a small field of view that they don't even know what's benevolent or not in reality. And so they think you're not, but you are. Sort of like a parent telling a kid no and they cry, but it really is for the kid's best interest in mind. I bet it would be like that if I had to think about it. The best part is the Pandora is a macro virus Eldritch horror. The expanded media was edging towards that was abandoned, including Pandora Ecoterrorists on Earth. That would, I've thought about that, Seth Ferguson. And that's why I liked the first Avatar, even though it was really dumb. Because I'm very interested in the humans of the Avatar world. And if they're doing the symbiotic living world thing is actually just kind of enslaving people and it's evil thing, like that would be really cool and interesting. And I think they abandoned that to make sure the whole series is super boring and dumb. It also does the trope that I'm thoroughly sick of. I'm actually going to injure myself rolling my eyes when the moral of the story is, isn't it the humans that were the monsters after all? Holy. Really breaking new ground. I can't believe it. So edgy, so interesting. I never thought about it that way before. It's the humans that were the real monsters all along. Damn, dude, crazy. I can't get enough of that. Give me more. Can we follow that to its logical conclusion? No? Okay. I wish you would. Martin would like to speak with you. Martin's premise is more like a morally gray universe where people are just people. There are kings and heroes and good guys and bad guys, and sometimes you're the bad guy and sometimes you're the good guy, and it was the same life. The human heart at war with itself, that kind of thing. Which was nice. I kind of liked that. He gets compared to Tolkien a lot, which is unfair to him because he's worse. But I've listened to his interviews and he's like, yeah, Tolkien's better. I'm mostly a short story writer, and so I performed a gamer maneuver and wrote a novel series that's just a bunch of short stories duct taped together. And I'm like, all right, fair. Yeah, sure. How did you feel about Begonia? Haven't seen it. Is it a good one? I don't mean that the humans are the real monsters is like disqualifying of anything that could have been good media. I don't mean that. I just mean I'm sick of it. That's all. And it's really a crutch used all the time. Begonia could be good. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll put it in my to-do list. They can see the great plan, the perfect plan. which requires that you suffer now so things can be better later in the grand scheme. Yeah, I could believe that. Makes perfect sense to me. The wall in Left 4 Dead had it right. Maybe humans are the monsters. That would be the zombies, you idiot. Yeah, that shit was funny. No, pretty sure it's the zombies. Now, I understand that Romero's original was that, right? And the first one was about racism, and the other one was about consumerism, and the other one, I can't remember what the third one was about, where they're in the military salt tunnels or whatever, but look, if you invent a genre, you get I guess you get a free pass. Tolkien's books are a lot less complicated, much simpler in scope. Yeah. Yeah. Might have bit off more than he could chew. But I think you gotta reach for the stars like that. I appreciate that. I rather like it when someone's, you know, what's the phrase for it? When their vision exceeds their reach or something like that. I kind of like flawed would have been masterpieces where they tried to do something that they couldn't quite do. I find those pretty interesting. What if zombies were fast? Oh yeah, reach and grasp, that's it. You'll be finding some mixed metaphors on this stream, don't you worry. They're literally made for high schoolers, not an insult. That was his target audience. Yeah, true. Martins are too in a certain respect. Maybe a touch older. But not by too much. Martin stuff has a lot of the, like, 18-year-old boy, you know, oh, dude, that was so sick and gruesome, you know, that kind of stuff. A lot of that in there. You're counting down to the zombie clone movie that's really about AI. Alex True Custodian. Have you watched A Night of Seven Kingdoms for $2 on YouTube? Hey, thanks for the $2. Appreciate it. I haven't. I'm like I read the Ice and Fire series kinda as it came out, and then forgot about it because I had to wait like 20 years for the second most recent book. And I watched the first like 3 episodes of the HBO series, and I'm like, this show is exactly half the most perfect casting you've ever seen. King Robert Baratheon was like the perfect casting. This big, funny guy. Charles Dance was like the perfectly casted. What's the dwarf guy? He was almost perfectly cast. He's a really good actor, and he happens to be a short person. I don't know what the PC term for that is, but he's a little too attractive. He was supposed to be uglier, but fair enough, you know. And then a lot of the other casting choices were like kind of bad, and the fighting was really bad. And I ended up not really liking it and just kind of dropping it. And then I heard later on that it got a lot worse. Just comically awful. Gods, I was strong then, you know. Yeah, Tyrion Peter Dinklage, that's the guy's name, Dinklage. Whom I've seen in other things, and he was kind of a star years ago. I can't pick him out of my hat right now. I know he was in 3 Billboards, some other stuff. He's a good actor. Sir Arthur Dane two-sword fighting like it's Star Wars? Yeah, that was garbage. I've seen the clips. Half-Thor Bjornsson is the mountain that rides. That was sick. What's his name? That was the Sand Snake guy. I thought he did well. I didn't like Daenerys. Littlefinger was good, but they fundamentally misunderstood his character. Like in the show, no one trusts Littlefinger. But that's wrong. Everyone trusted Littlefinger in the books because he was so good at being a weaselly, backhanded slime, right? They kind of went with his reality instead of his cover. Oh, who was the based sellsword Chad? That guy was sick. Did a good job too. Can't remember his name. And he's like the only person in the entire story who gets a happy ending. I know it's Bronn, but what's the actor? He did good. Charles Dance was perfect though. The introduction where he's field dressing a deer. Show that in acting class. Holy. And deciding to have the introduction be he was field dressing a deer is like perfect character introduction story. What great storytelling that was. You want Charles Dance's voice? Just steal it in a vial, in a bottle with a cork on top of it. Dude, he looked the part too. Fantastic performance. Oh, I forgot he was in Last Action Hero. Like Sandor Clegane. Yeah, you know, he did a good job too. I don't know who the actor is. Big guy. You don't think he's a big guy because Half-Thor is ludicrously huge, but Clegane actors, he's a big boy. Oh, what's his name? Tormund Giantsbane. That guy was good. He played a good, crazy berserker man. I liked him. Then again, his character was so fun to read that it would have to be fun to play. Jason Momoa really got to show off his acting chops. Was Jason Momoa in Game of Thrones? I don't know that I've seen Momoa showing off much acting chops, if I'm honest. He's chiseled like a Greek statue, that's for fucking sure, but maybe I just haven't seen the right movies that he was in. Oh yeah, Khal Drogo, how could I forget? He's got that being Conan kind of thing going on, just sort of grunting, being fucking shredded. Jagatai Drogo. I think he's better at acting than The Rock. But, you know, not everybody's trying to be a virtuoso. Barristan Selmy, Barristan the Bold, Barristan the Old. He was kind of nice. They did him dirty, I tell you what. Carved the cake. Better acting than The Rock? Not hard. Yeah. Yeah, it's the bar to surpass is a limbo stick. Who was Jon Snow? He kind of looked gormless all the time. I don't know if that was a directing choice or not. That's my official opinion on that. Are we back? Are we back? We're so back. It's so over, and then we're so back. All right, so now that I've shed all of my viewers except 9 people from the stream going down, what do we? So this blew up. I got like a 5001 error. Would not connect to Twitch. Couldn't do it. Closed the program, opened it again, nothing. For once, my internet was fine. So I'm like, the internet's fine. What is this?
Oh, big.
Full reset of entire computer and reset of everything, and now we're back. Hey, all right. We're down to the iron guts now, I guess. Thanks for the bits, Arterius. Is that like... No, it was error number 5001, can't connect to Twitch, specifically. YouTube was still chugging along, kinda, but it wasn't sending any information. I don't know what it was. I don't know, man. It was I was kind of on a roll. Having a nice little discussion. The 9 have returned to minus Morgul. We have a second chance at Pink Chan, yeah. EU sent the DDoS. Have you tried turning it on and off again? I mean, that was the second thing I tried. It's high on the list. I will never besmirch the idea of turning it off and on. Works a lot. If it didn't work, I don't know what I'd do with myself tonight, because I'm like, I actually want to look at the Tzeentch stuff. And I actually want to do some Commander. LOL, Pink Chan is the pink-haired girl that walks by in frame for like 5 seconds. Yeah, and it's like 3/4 of the way through. And I don't know when it started, but we just noticed that there was a pink-haired girl. It's like, oh, pink-haired girl, it's Pink Chan. Yes. It's something to point out every once in a while. You get a fate point when your stream dies. Rumors grew of a shadow in the east. Always to the east. East equals bad. Oh, shit. I don't know, Japan's in the east. They got that going for them. Which is nice. Anyway, I think everything's bad, Japan. I think everything's back.
Job, King.
CG Busta, I think it's tier 3, 60 months. Holy. Dude, you're about to collect Social Security. It's almost 2 years, maybe 2.5. Absolutely big tier. And 43 days until we have Walk, Milwaukee. Should be a good time. Anyway, let's settle right in. We're talking Game of Thrones. That was cool, but we're past it now. We all survived the great stream going down. But let's talk about Commander brackets. We'll do Commander bracket updates and ban list real quick, and we'll both be malding about that a little bit. Good work, bad work, that kind of thing. Then I'll look over Tzeentch, and then we'll do some Commander look-see. And if that goes well, maybe I'll do it again. And if it goes poorly, but I think there's a way that it could go well, then I'll do it again. How about that? Much like the books, the conversation will never finish. Good meme. And true, yeah. No, you're right. Like Gormenghast before it, the books will be unfinished. Wait, Gormenghast aren't done? No, they're not. It was going to be a giant universe. And I was kind of interested in how it was going to turn out, and then I looked it up, and I'm like, oh, okay. Well, yeah, sometimes... You just added the first one to TBR, okay. I liked it. I mean, I read it a very long time ago. 30 years ago or something, but I don't know. I thought it was a little silly, melodramatic, but enjoyable. And I kind of wanted more. I don't know what's funnier, Stormcorvid, if what you're saying is true or if it's a meme. They're both funny. Commander banned and restricted announcement. February 9, 2026. Gavin, Jason Verhey. So the thing that everybody thought, including me, Biorhythm is indeed banned. Unbanned. Biorhythm. This was the slam dunk, the free throw. Just the easiest unban in the universe. Biorhythm is worse than Coalition Victory, and that got unbanned and nothing happened. And so you unban Biorhythm, and my guess is that nothing happens. Because we already have Biorhythm on a creature. Like a better spell. And, people aren't losing their minds over it. I'm sure it'll go to $25 and basically no one will play it, and then that's it. And if anyone does play it, good. It's like a cool win condition that's difficult to set up. Neat. Free. The next Commander update, it'll be taken off the Game Changer list almost assuredly. Lootery, the Spell Chaser, is unbanned. It's not a Game Changer, but it remains banned as a companion. Now, I think this is an elegant fix, because there's nothing power level-wise that should warrant Lootery being banned in any case, or on a GC list even. Now, I would note that Biorhythm, the same thing is true there. And so, it's weird that Lootery doesn't have to be put on the Game Changer waiting list, because it's obviously not powerful enough, when it is a stronger spell objectively than Biorhythm is, but fine. Hey, alright. And it's interesting that they have it as banned as companion. Because I thought, I was to understand, chat, that banned as commander was simply too confusing, simply too complicated for the remedial simpletons that are Magic the Gathering Commander players. They can't imagine... Half of them can't imagine a banned as commander list because that's too hard. The other half can't rotate it in their head. So it's weird that they would ban Lootery as a companion, but banned as a commander is still too hard to fathom. That one's weird to me. Companion. I mean, the real reason they don't ban things as commanders, you would have to ban 52 commanders minimum.
Good job, King.
And every year, there would be another minimum 3, maximum 12 commanders you would have to quote-unquote ban or put on the GC list. That's really the reason. It'd be an ever-increasing list forever to protect the casuals from themselves. But hey, all right. Monk 100, thanks for the tier 157. Hope you're doing well in these turbulent times. I just had some turbulence. The stream went down, but now it's back up. Are we doing deck repair and review tonight before or after Bird Book? After Bird Book. I really got to get the Tzeentch Book out of the way. But I'm told by a source that will remain unnamed. And my source, so as to protect the innocent, let's just call him V. He says I'll like the Tzeentch Book, so I'm going to look at it. So we're doing that first, and then I'll do the commander stuff. But first, we're going over the banned and restricted bracket updates because it's pretty quick. Biorhythm unbanned, that was easy. It'll be off the GC. The next update. Lutri is unbanned, but it's not on the GC list despite being stronger than Biorhythm. That's weird. And banned as a companion, which is also weird because banned as commander is too hard, but banned as companion isn't too hard. That's weird. Some notables. Rhystic Study, once again, is not banned. So we're kicking the can down the road on that inevitable and correct ban of Rhystic Study. Get that bullshit out of the format. 15 years ago would have been right to ban Rhystic Study. 10 years ago would have been right. 5 years ago would have been right. When it transferred over to Wizards would have been right. And today would have been right. The next best time for it is next time. Get that shit out of here. And put Mystic Remora on the GC list. Sundering Titan not banned. They talk about thinking about unbanning Sundering Titan. That would be wrong, and they decided not to. Good work. They talked about maybe unbanning Iona. That would have been wrong. They decided not to. Good work. They talked about unbanning Grizzlebrand. That would have been wrong. They decided not to. Good work. They talked about banning Thassa's Oracle. That would have been wrong. They didn't. Good work. So they're making a lot of good decisions here. Thassa's Oracle also is just like, I don't know, clearly fine. No one plays it in casual. And it's simply the most compact win condition, which means when they ban Thassa's Oracle, they just go to the next most compact win condition that is only ever played in CEDH anyway. So it's like free shrugs. Who cares? I don't get it. You always see like one comment on Twitter or something where it's like, my Merfolk deck wants to play Thassa, but I don't want to do the combo. I'm God's most special, unique princess. Hey, I guess you don't get to play a mediocre Merfolk. Sorry. I don't think you're being serious. Hey, my Angel deck would really like Iona. Tough shit. And they also thought about banning Rhystic Study, but they decided not to, which was wrong. And yeah, there we go. That's all the banning and unbanning that they talked about. Didn't mention Primetime, thought they might. Didn't mention Sylvan Primordial to a lesser degree. Didn't think they would. Didn't mention Golo. Didn't think they would. Oh yeah, they were thinking about changing hybrid mana, which would have been wrong to do. for a variety of reasons. But they polled everyone, and it was just like 50-50 no matter how you split it. And a lot of people didn't care, or didn't know, or were two minds about it. And so it's correct not to change it. I appreciate at least in some ways that the panel is still conservative. And by conservative, I mean don't make a change unless you really feel like you have to. And if everything is kind of even, then you got a good thing going on. Don't rock the boat. You want Golos back, but you know it's bad for the format. That's exactly how I feel. Golos is kind of like Primeval Titan, except Golo is worse. And by worse, I mean, well, I don't even know. Yeah. I don't think Golos should be unbanned. If he was, I would instantly make a Golos deck. And it would be miserable for everyone else. But I would love playing him again. I had a Golos deck. It was awesome. I was in the process of building a second Golos deck. And the second Golos deck was mono red Golos with one rainbow land in it. And it was like I built it online and it was fun and I was thinking about picking it up and then they banned Golos. But that's sort of like why they banned Golos. Is because it's the best monocolor commander in a lot of colors. Now maybe there's been some power creep there, but yeah. And it's kind of the same thing with Primetime. Primeval Titan will only really affect the lower brackets. And so there's a lot of like bracket 4 and CEDH players who are like, why is Primetime banned? He's basically Dockside, except he doesn't cost 2, he costs 6. Like, what's the problem? And I'm like, well, you know, the main way you're supposed to play Commander is to get to turn 10. And just because you guys choose not to doesn't mean that the majority are on the other side, and it'd be miserable for the casual people. And in general, the bans, how they ban and how they do GCs is mostly looking out for the casual people and not for the CEDH guys. But if they unbanned Primeval Titan, I would play it in every deck immediately. Like, just absolute auto-include every single one and annoy everyone. Sylvan Primordial isn't, I don't think that's in the conversation. Primetime rockets you ahead on resources in casual games, or finds your 2-land combo or whatever, but puts it out tapped in a little bit higher power formats, and then in the highest, it's not played. Sylvan Primordial is downright toxic play patterns at all levels of play. You don't want that card to be around. That card's horrendous. And so a lot of people equate the two, and they're just not similar. Unbanning Primeval Titan would be quote-unquote fine, I guess, but probably a mistake. Unbanning Sylvan Primordial would be stupid. And it might quickly get rebanned. Anyway, Hybrid, that was a good thing they did not do it. Commander doesn't have a lot of rules, but I don't know that we need to get rid of more. Hybrid is very easy to comprehend. It makes perfect sense. And I don't get the arguments for Hybrid in Commander, but I don't know, maybe somebody in the chat has a really cogent Steelman for Hybrid in Commander, but I haven't quite read one yet. I just think it muddies the waters and makes color identity even less meaningful. Truly, they just want access to better cards in monocolors. At a certain point, I kind of wish they were just honest. We just want more cards no matter what. It doesn't matter if it doesn't make sense. I just want more cards in my monocolor deck. And to that I say, Wizards prints 1,000 cards a year. You'll get them eventually, except properly in their own color. I do know that internal design has been raging against Commander not allowing hybrid for 10 years. There's some in-house politicking going on, and design is furious. They're so mad that they can't design hybrid cards for Commander monocolor, and they really want to. Hey, restriction breeds creativity. Got 'em. Anyway. Color identity already barely means anything. I don't think that's true. And it will continue to mean less and less. Maybe. Why not just say fuck it? Because if there's a leak in your dam, I don't know that you should blow up the dam. What are the things that they talk about? I think that was it, and then we're on the game changers. They did the change that I thought they should, and I thought they were going to. Which was adding farewell to the game changer list. That one seemed obvious to me. Like, you should probably put farewell on there. A full reset, including graveyards that get around every single protection spell in the game except for phasing. Just 100% reset except for lands, I guess. Just kind of a miserable card to play against. It means graveyard strategies are just bad. If you're playing against a white deck, it's countdown until you lose the game from one card. Kind of like Cyclonic Rift, except even Cyclonic Rift at least lets you keep the cards. Farewell, get out of here, plus graveyards. Kind of miserable, so makes sense to be on the game changer list. I think I tend not to play it. I'm going to be honest. I don't put it in my white decks that I tool up for Commander Night. Mostly because, A, it's a little mean. It's a little too much of a accidental silver bullet. You lose the entire game against graveyard decks. It's nice to give them at least a fighting chance. And sometimes a game has gone on a long time. And this only really happens in real life, but sometimes a game has gone on a real long time, and you're looking at the farewell in your hand, and you're like, I could cast this. And then the game could go on for another hour and a half, or we could just play another game. Maybe we just play another game. Cyclonic Rift can also be converted into an actual win immediately. Yeah, basically. Cyclonic Rift EOT, untap, basically a win. Farewell is just straight up, all right, boys, we're going to be here for a while. Did they put anything else? Is there another? I don't think there's another new card on the list, is there? Technically, Biorhythm is a new card on the Game Changer list because it got put there after getting unbanned. But Biorhythm will for sure leave the list the next time they update, so it almost doesn't even count. They didn't want to do big changes this time, and I assumed they didn't want to do big changes, but I still think one of the biggest problems... I still think one of the biggest problems with the new commander, if we're going to call it that, the game changer list, the brackets, you know, is that bracket 4 is miserable. Like, it's philosophically and fundamentally described improperly. Just kind of a dead-on-arrival bracket, I think. You could say what you want about bracket 3 being maybe too wide, but the bracket that quote-unquote everyone plays in is supposed to sort of be too wide. So I could handwave some of that, although there are some problems with it, I admit. But bracket 4 is literally just CEDH from a casual player's point of view. Or a person who took a bracket 3 deck and then put some more game changers in it. Like, that's actually what bracket 4 should be, but it's just not in practice. It's just, it truly is CEDH, except shooting fish in a barrel instead of going to a tournament. And I think there's a good opportunity for bracket 4 to be 3.5 instead in practice, instead of Diet CEDH in practice. The Pub Stomper King bracket, you know. And I don't know if anybody on the committee is pulling for bracket 4, but it seems like they're not. You like that they called bracket 1 a joke in the article? That's because it is a joke, yeah. Absolutely no one plays bracket 1. Certain content creators pretend like bracket 1 is a thing, but it's not. I guess it's harmless to have it on the list, but yeah. Who wants to play a 3-hour game where we roll dice and have attractions and use stickers from Acorn sets? No thanks, I'll shoot myself twice instead. Anyone who would play bracket 4 wants to sneak it into bracket 3 anyway. Yeah, it creates perverse incentives. That's another problem with the way bracket 4 works in reality now. Is because a lot of people used to have, like, whatever the power level was, 8, we'll say. Where it's just high power commander. But it's still very much a casual commander deck. It's just high power. And you make those people choose between going into bracket 4 and playing against bad CEDH decks and losing on turn 4, or quote-unquote depowering their deck so that it technically fits in 3, but it's still too strong, but at least you don't lose on turn 4 against CEDH garbage. And that's kind of like what's happening. A lot of bracket 4 decks really should be, but they can't play in real bracket 4 because they're not winning on turn 4. And so they have to, so they end up kind of pub stomping 3 just to fit in a format that isn't miserable. And I think that whole situation is kind of bad, which is why I think there should be like a high power commander bracket that could be 4 or whatever and be like a real 3.5 instead of a 4.999. The argument isn't against 4 existing. No, it's not. My point is that bracket 4 sucks. And it should exist. And it should be like more of a philosophical 3.5 rather than a philosophical CEDH -1, which is what it is right now. The problem is in their descriptions, right? Number 1 is do whatever you want, kitchen table. Just make sure it's not fun. Bracket 2 is Little Timmy's first deck he's ever made by buying a precon and accidentally making it worse somehow. Long, boring games, weak cards. Bracket 3 is Commander, where people play Commander and have fun. And then bracket 4 is no rules, do whatever you want. And then bracket 5 is no rules, do whatever you want. But we have tournaments. And those two are way too close together. Only bracket 5 should be no rules, do whatever you want, because that's the nature of what tournaments are, right? It's the competitive one. So 4 should have a bunch of rules. Bracket 4 should have a ton of house rules to make sure people get the message that it's still casual. You're just playing with stupid cards. That's all. It requires the most restraint to make something in 4, kinda. But anyway, I've been on my soapbox about that before. I hope they do it. I don't know if they ever will, but it's a problem. Wrestling kids dying of dehydration to squeeze into a lighter weight class? Yeah, kinda, yeah. Defining brackets other than CDH is almost an exercise in futility. Almost, but it's still worth trying to do. If you want to maintain a casual format, you kind of have to write a Declaration of Independence and the entire Constitution. Because casual formats are incredibly hard to define and police. Because everyone's idea of what's casual is different. It's so easy for competitive formats, right? Here's the ban list, don't play those. That's it. Make the best deck you think you can. Hey, alright. It's so easy, right? But for trying to maintain a casual thing, it's so hard. Maybe a ban list for each bracket. I don't know about that. I just think bracket 4 needs to be rewritten. I think it's the description of bracket 4 that's wrong. The problem is bracket 4 reads like make a non-meta CEDH deck, and that's what happens in the wild and in practice. And I think that's horror. That's horrific. I think that's really bad. The place to make a non-meta CEDH deck is bracket 5, and then try to win with it anyway. Because you're quirky, you know. Bracket 4 should be what the old 1 to 10 scale was called 8, which is just high power commander. It plays with a lot of powerful cards, but it uses them to do stupid stuff instead of win on turn 4, right? I wish bracket 4 was just high power, but functionally it's not. For FlatsCon is the idea mostly 3s and maybe the back pocket 5. For FlatsCon, Muad'Dank, if it's anything like it was last year, and if it's anything like what me and the mods play when we do Commander Night, it's 3s and actually 4s. So like the platonic ideal of what a 4 should be. Like it's 3s and actually 4s, I guess, is the best way I can describe it. If I had to, like, put it in writing somehow, I would say something like, the turn to win between bracket 3 and 4 should actually be the same. There's no difference in the turn to win. It's just you get to play with more powerful cards and have sillier effects going on. But it's not like the game's over faster. Because it's still casual commander. It's supposed to take an hour. It's supposed to play 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 turns. To me, that's what commander is, but maybe I'm too old for it. Yeah, I would just show up with 3s and 4s and you'll be fine. Oh, there she is. Pink girl. Yes. She's being helped by her friend. Alright, we saw Pink girl. We got to her. Pink Chan. Pinku Chan. Lightweight and heavyweights have the same round lengths in boxing, just the punches are harder. Yeah, kind of like that. 40 is optimizing to maximize fun while 5 is whack. Yeah, I mean 5 is whack. What is the lore of Pink Girl? Okay, so I chose this walk thing and didn't know she was in it. And then we started talking and having this in the background, and I noticed a pink-haired girl, and then we got excited about her and called her Pink Chan. And she represents good luck and good fortune. And she's being helped by her friend who has blonde hair instead of pink, but a pink shirt. And so that's how you know they're both good. There's no deeper lore than that. It's just that. We're just happy to see him. Passing him by on a walk. It's kind of like, I don't go outside much, but when you go outside and there's a girl, right? And she's just walking around doing her own thing, and you're like, oh, that's nice. And then you just keep going on doing your own thing. You're just like, oh, that's nice. Kind of like that. I don't want to sound creepy, I guess, but yeah, does that make sense? It's not like you follow her home and steal her hair for yourself. No. 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 I don't want to bother people. Yeah, but lest, what if? Yeah. No, one of my main things is I'm not trying to bother people in general. And I don't know if there's a certain amount of politeness thing or etiquette or whatever, but I'm not really trying to bother people. Because I myself don't really want to be bothered, and golden rule, I guess. What could be more polite than liberating someone of their hair? Oh, right here, Your Honor. Ice Hotline, this one. The one with the Roman numerals name, right there. That guy. Please comply. You know, it'd be an idea is to go through the mods decks and tell people where you think they fall on the brackets. Oh yeah, and we could have actual big disagreements about it to sort of prove the point that everybody's opinion of casual is different. Dapperwalkie, this is an important comment. Most of the LGS commander players you play against see the bracket system and go, so which commander can I play that lets me be CEDH level powerful by its archetype, not needing anything that bumps its bracket level too high? Yeah, they are trying to solve the puzzle. And they kind of can't be blamed for it in a certain respect because Magic the Gathering have trained all their players for 30 years to try to exploit the rules of a system by the rules. That's what we've been training to do for 30 years, and now you're like, well, let's have a gentleman's agreement. And no one knows what to do with that. They're like, a gentleman's agreement. But the idea of playing Magic is reading the fine print, the letter of the law, and finding cool ways around it to exploit everything. Like, yeah. It's a game where someone's supposed to win, too. How do I get this thing technically okay for my bracket, but I still win all the time? That's like probably one of the most prevailing attitudes is, how do I get this thing to look like it really is meant for this bracket, but I still basically win all the time. Your doorbell rings, you answer. Pink Chan is here. She offers you a spare wig. It's pink. Will you wear the pink wig? Or will you cower like a dog? Choose your fate. You definitely have a deck that turned out to be a 5 and then you depowered it to a 4 just because the idea of it was really fun. Yeah, you found a really fun gameplay loop. It happened to be too strong, but you wanted to preserve that fun gameplay loop. You power it down. That's reasonable. Remember, I did the same thing with, what's his name? With that colorless, or I did that with, Italy. Because I don't really follow CEDH. So in my head, CEDH decks were doing something way more powerful than maybe they really are. And so I made an Italy deck, and it turned out to probably be a bracket 5. And it was really fun, but it was just entirely too strong for any sort of normal table. Which was unfortunate because it was so fun. And I also did that with Zulabrock, or Zuladoc, the colorless guy that gives your colorless spells with mana value 7 or greater double cascade. I built that guy. And I'm like, it's a colorless deck. How good can it be? It's bracket 5. It's way too good. And the turns take way too long. Which is unfortunate because the gameplay loop was fun, but I'm not sure how to power it down enough to make it okay. Kind of same thing with Italy. I'm not sure how to power it down enough to make it okay. Maybe just make it really slow and get rid of all the copy effects, but then where's the fun? Some stuff just belongs in a bracket that it belongs in, and other stuff you can push around a little bit. You have Balthor the Defiled deck that's stupid hilarious in bracket 4, but it has the I win this turn, but holy shit, it might take a minute. That guy's kind of cool, though. Yeah, the old everything in the bin, everybody back out, we switch places, coffin, or not coffin, corpse dance kind of thing. We're hot swapping back and forth. Not the card, but just the idea. The rules lawyer stuff sounds like the average Tzeentch player mindset. How can I cheat? But the rules allow it. Well, it's like baseball, you know? In baseball, you can steal a base. So you're allowed to cheat as long as it's by the rules. You know, the hidden ball trick, you can cheat as long as it's by the rules. Maybe hide a microphone in a barrel, dumpster or something, but you know, maybe that's different. Dwarf zombies are not explored enough in popular fantasy. Dude, dwarf zombies where their insides are like cinders, that's sick. I'm in. True, most dwarves should die. Damn. You doubt you played at Diptychon because it's too monopolistic with turn time, but you will. I would bring it anyway, MCXL, because we play Commander at Adepticon like 10 hours every day. You know, we can slide in a bracket 4 here or there. I have one myself, although it's a little weak, I think, for bracket 4, but it probably belongs in the bracket. You know, we'll cycle through them. If tutors weren't GCs, all your decks would be 3s. True. Same. Well, no. No, Ardent Crom has... It's got everything except... It's basically got everything except Ristic Study, because I don't... You know, you gotta live your ideals. I don't play with the card. Even though it's really good. Anyway, Game Changer updates, they're good. Putting Farewell on, that's correct. Cards I would like to see come off the Game Changer list. Every top of the library tutor should go off. Humility can go off. Force of Will can be taken off. Fierce Guardianship can be taken off. Counter spells that are free, quote unquote, but still cost something are fine. Fierce Guardianship can only counter non-creature spells. It's fine. It's a 1-for-1 counter. I don't see the big deal. Ristic Study should go off the Game Changer list and be banned. Same with Thassa's Oracle, except not banned. I don't really know why Thassa's Oracle is on the list, to be honest, because you can't win that fast in bracket 3 anyway. It's already being policed by the brackets no infinites before turn 6 rule with Thassa's Oracle. So I don't know why it's on the Game Changer list. It's already being policed by a different list. Kind of the same thing with super combo cards like Ad Nauseam. Orcish Bowmasters should get taken off. Orcish Bowmasters is oppressive in 1v1. With 4 people at the table, like, it doesn't actually stop you from drawing cards. I don't see what the big deal is. Gamble is just Entomb, and if Entomb isn't on the list, then Gamble shouldn't be. Take Gamble off. Birhythm should be taken off, but it will be in the future. Crop rotation, I don't see what the problem is. You have to sack a land. What's the worst land you can get? You know, Guy's Cradle. Oh yeah, ban Guy's Cradle. A lot of Tzeentch folks have been complaining about Bowmasters. Yeah, because it's a competitive format. The more competitive your format is, the better Orcish Bowmasters becomes. But the whole point of CEDH is to come into a casual format and pub stomp it. That's the whole point of CEDH. So, I don't know. On one hand, cry more. And on another hand, just make it its own format like you're going to eventually, Wizards. CEDH is not allowed to have opinions on balancing. No, they should. They should have plenty of opinions on balancing. It just should never impact casual players at all. Because the whole format is supposed to be for casuals. You were the one who chose to spike a casual format. You made your bed, sleep in it. Or make it its own format. And then maintain it like your other formats. Pick one. Also, unbanned Jeweled Lotus. It did nothing wrong. It's a cool card for the kids to play with. Unfortunately, Dockside probably has to stay banned. It's perfectly fine in CEDH, but apparently when the casuals get a hold of it, they complain about it. Rightfully, probably, but also refuse to ever stop playing it unless you ban it, so you just have to. They're competitive Smash Bros. Players, sorta. Take a party game and try to make it into a fighting game. You don't like Jeweled Lotus? Is it because the only use for it is to turbo out a turn 6 commander on turn 3, and if 3 30-year-olds don't have one swords to plowshares between them, the game spirals out of control? Because that's a reasonable reason for banning Jeweled Lotus. Well, no, it's not. It's a reason for putting it on the Game Changer list. Along with the other free stuff that turbos things out. You know, Mana Crypt, all the Moxen, stuff like that.
Twitch Prime.
People Comfy, thank you for the big prime, 42. Appreciate. You fear the Urza with Lotus? Maybe I'm too removal brained, you know? And I feel like Soul Ring is kind of like that. Except it helps your entire strategy and every card in your deck instead of only your commander, but it also helps your commander too. But now I'm just giving reasons why Soul Ring isn't okay. And now we're talking in circles. I feel two ways about the Soul Ring thing. I actually do think it is a mascot of the format. And it should not be banned. But it is a problem. And we're living in the world that makes no sense. I could make a lot of sense out of 2 of the 3 possible worlds, okay? In one of the worlds, you can play with Soul Ring and Mana Crypt. And that world makes sense. Because in that world, getting 2 mana for basically nothing is fine. And that world makes sense to me. And in a different world, you can play with neither Soul Ring nor Mana Crypt. And that world makes sense to me. Because you can't get 2 mana for basically nothing. But in the world where only one of them is banned, and the other isn't even a game changer, that's the world where dogs and cats are living together. Mass hysteria. And that's the world we're in right now. Why Soul Ring a problem? Too much ramp? Yeah, it kind of rockets someone forward a little too much. And since everyone gets it for free, after 1 free mull, chances are someone will have it in a pod. And you can gang up on the person who's ahead, and it's not even clear whether the person with the Soul Ring tends to win more often than the person who doesn't. That's not even necessarily clear. I think the person who starts the game tends to win more just from being the first player, and the person who is the last player to go tends to lose more, and I think that dynamic is more impactful than who happens to have a Soul Ring right away. But I just want them to pick one. Either you can use both or neither to me. Also, you know, just blow up their mono rocks. We used to do that in the old days. Now people get mad at you for that. You know. Turn 1 Nature's Claim your Soul Ring was a very common play in 2016. Nowadays, you're a big meanie head if you do that. But, you know, just play with your friends and all problems are solved. Most of the Game Changer and bracket stuff is for playing with strangers, you know, at a local store. And trying to have it not be the Wild West somehow. Yeah, Vandal Blast. Abraid's pretty good. There's been a bunch of different Abraids they've recently printed. Some that exile, some that are sorcery. Suplex, yeah, from FF6. Alright, it's time, Chad. We got to get on. We've been talking so much because the stream went down for that 1 minute. I still want to do the Commander deck review thing, which means we got to get through the Tzeentch Book, which I'm told is actually good, which is great. That's great to hear because we did the Lumina book Friday, And it looked pretty good. It looked pretty good. Let me get all my clicks in order. Oh, and somebody requested a funny advertisement of defunct companies. Something like 71 minutes ago. And I keep my promises most of the time if I can, and sometimes it takes a while. And this is one of those times. Get up and get yourselves a drink. Stretch those legs around. I'll hit you with an old commercial. And then we'll hop on the Tzeentch stuff. How about? Who told you that? I'm protecting the names to keep the innocent, right? But we'll just call him Vince V. No, wait. V. Venturella. There. Yeah, how about that? Who happened to look at the book Friday or something like that. Anyway, be right back. Please enjoy a word from our sponsors.
Hey, Jimmy Lee. Beautiful morning, huh?
Yeah, morning ain't my time, Bert.
Oh, Daddy. Give me a glass of energy for my pal here.
Energy, well, that's just...
Cream. The Macho Man Randy Savage.
What Nintendo?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Jimmy, give me a
Cream.
with nut.
Nothing.
It certainly is a big bun. It's a very big bun.
Where's the cream? Cream.
I soaked in it. Madge, I soaked in it.
This is
The cream.
this is your brain on
Cream.
any questions?
Time to make the
Cream.
Dunkin' Donuts are always fresh. I made the
Cream, yeah.
Remember, only you can.
Cream. Nobody does it better.
It hurt.
Nobody does it better. Hertz leads the others by far. Nobody does it best before you.
With Klondike ice
Cream.
bars, you get big servings, big taste, big
Cream.
Imagine.
5 big, moist, delicious ounces of big
Hot.
ice
Cream.
and a coating made with
Beautiful.
Milk.
Chocolate, so you can
Pour.
big
Cream.
Like I've never had it.
Klondike. Big bar, big
Cream.
Big bar. Big cream. Like that one? I like that one. That was a good one. Anyway, special thanks to all my sponsors. I think most of them are out of business by now. It's time for Tzeentch. Faction rules, battle traits. Once battle army deployment phase, Eldritch illusions. Pick up to 3 friendly non-monsters as Tzeentch units on the battlefield via the targets. Remove the targets from the battlefield and set them in reserve, masked by illusion. Friendly units that are masked by illusion are destroyed at the end of the 5th battle round and not at the start of the 4th battle round. Oh, this is already kind of interesting. What's happening here? All part of the plan. You start the battlefield. You start the battle with 0 fate points. Gain 1 each time you lose the priority roll. Cool. A spell cast by a friendly disabled Tzeentch unit is unbound. Cool. Oh, so bad stuff happens to you and you get good boy points. You get good luck points when bad luck happens to you. That's a fun, interesting dynamic there. Friendly disabled Tzeentch unit miscasts a spell. Your opponent gains control of an objective that you control at the start of the turn. Very common. A friendly Argent Energy Shard is destroyed. I guess I will learn what those are later. It's very like vaudevillian kind of, you know, the Sunwell was only a setback kind of things whenever something bad happens to you. I think that'd be fun to kind of role play out on the table. All right, yeah, I lost that objective. Oh, the first spell I tried to cast, yeah, it's a miscast. Don't worry, it's all part of the plan. Just a little airborne, you know. This is fun already, and I don't even know what you spend the points on. Masked from Jim Carrey. I prefer the Mask 3 starring not Jim Carrey, except I don't prefer it. Stub your toe, that's a fate point. Car won't start, that's a fate point. Complaining about paddling, that's a fate point. Before allocating damage points to a friendly disabled Tzeentch unit, you can spend any number of fate points. For each fate point you spend, remove 1 damage from the unit's damage pool. Cool. And look at this, one up here. I assume the 1 up is number of fate points to spend to get something. That's neat. You declared a spell ability for a disabled Tzeentch unit used by the unit using the spell. Spend a number of fate points. For each fate point you spend, add 1 to the casting roll. So you declared a spell ability, but you haven't rolled yet. So you do it before the roll, so it does require a little bit of prediction. Stream crashed. That's a fate point. You declared a charge ability for a Tzeentch unit. Spend any number of fate points for each. Yeah, add 1. So this is how you get your. In the old fate point system, I guess the old fate point system is gone. You're no longer rolling a random dice pool of 6s and 1s to distribute, which was perhaps a little too random, but also fun. Getting long bomb auto 12 charges was probably too strong. This is an interesting alternative system. Normally, I'm loath to get rid of things in the past that were fun, but this is interesting and I'm here for it, I think. Rolling is part of the declaration. It's added after you see. Oh, is it? Okay, I was about to check that. So there's no prediction. Okay, well, as long as we're keeping the idea of Tzeentch and their rules has always been, let's write rules that let you cheat at a game that even a child could use, but make the player feel like they're being clever by using them, even though they're not. Because we want everyone to feel clever. And so I guess if you see the dice roll beforehand, then that's in keeping with that. It makes the ability way stronger. Because obviously the more information you have, the better. The better you can use it. Anyway, and now we have the illusions thing. What are these illusions? Are these like deep strikes, kind of? What is it? Once per turn army, any hero phase. Pick a friendly, non-monster Disciples of Tzeentch unit that was not set up using this ability in the previous turn to be the target. Then pick a friendly unit that is masked by illusion to be the substitute. Set up the substitute wholly within 6 of the target and not in combat. Then remove the target from the battlefield, set it up in reserve to masked by illusion. Okay. So this is our change host. Sort of a new take on the old change host, switch places between 2 of your units. You've been fighting the wrong enemy the whole time. Silver Simulacrum. I like that guy. Gens. 2/2 for 4. You get to draw a card when he dies. Deployment phase. If there's a friendly Argent Shard on the battlefield, you can set up 1 additional Argent Shard. It must be set up wholly within friendly territory, more than 3 from all objectives and other terrain features. The original Argent Shard is set up in step 1 using deploy faction terrain. This ability allows you to set up a second such terrain feature and is used in step 3 after armies have been deployed when you have more information. Okay. I'm going to immediately look at what an Argent Shard is, so I have any clue what's happening with that before we go deeper. The Seekers of Silver. Argent Shard, this guy. This thing looks sick, actually. This is a cool model. This is a cool model. 6/4 doesn't move with a 6-up. Cover impassable. Any hero phase magical focus. The next time a friendly Disciple Tzeentch unit uses a spell ability this phase. When picking targets for the spell, you can measure range and visibility from this terrain feature instead of the caster. Oh, it's the door. Okay. It's the double door spell. He's back. And your opponent can measure range and visibility to this terrain feature instead of to the caster for the purposes of the unbind ability. That makes sense. It doesn't move, though. Once per turn army, any movement phase, sorcerer's duplication. If there's only one on the battlefield, set up another. Wholly within 12 of it. Okay, so it keeps splitting. That's how it moves, quote unquote. Yeah, specifically, it's not a spell portal. It's way better. Well, okay. You don't have to stand next to it, but it has a much shorter range. So it's better worse. Or you can teleport it in the movement phase. So you can create it and then immediately teleport it. As far as I'm reading this. You can create this thing and then teleport it outside of 9 and go for some big dog spell if you want to. Kind of cool. This shit is really cool. Really cool, very interesting. It's one spell only. That's a reasonable downside. If I have 2, can I use both or can I just use one? Once per turn army. Okay. So let's imagine a world where there's 6 of these on the table. Somehow you still just do it once. But one of them can cast through it, and then a different one can split or teleport or something. You can do both of these. This is cool. And you can choose to start with 2 if you want. Parenthetical. You probably do. They're pretty easy to kill. What was it? 6 life with a 4-up on a 6-up save. Like you can kill them. And if you get rid of all of them, you might not be able to get any more. So maybe it's worth trying to blow it up. Zendikar Hedrons gone freaky. These are pylons. You need Vethian gas. Okay, these rules are cool. Masked by illusion. I'm just baking this into my head here about how exactly this works. Once per turn army hero phase. Six inches of the target and not in combat. Then remove the target from the battlefield and set it up in reserve masked by illusion. So they're swapping places. Okay. So you can never have all of your guys on the table at the same time. And eventually someone will be stranded in the illusion and die. Alright, I'm just noodling through this. Interesting. Kind of taking the Silver Tower thing and running with it. No combat clause, so you can just save them. You can whisk them away. Oh, you're in combat and you happen to survive? Replace you with a 30-man unit of whoever the fuck and put them exactly 6 inches away. And if you wanted to auto-succeed the charge, you can, but you still probably will because you only need to roll like a 5 to get in there or whatever. Interesting. The Stranded type war game, yeah. Okay, very interesting. Heroic traits. Silver Sumna. Friendly non... Excuse me? Warflock? What is this, Star Trek? Who's the patron? Picard? Q? A Warflock of the silly domain, and their patron is Q. Anyway, Warflock Arcanite that has been destroyed. Set up a replacement with half the number of models from the target unit. More than 9 and hold within 12 friendly Argent Shard that is visible. So if I kill all the Argent Shards turn 1, is that a big deal for this army? You probably have to overextend to do that, but... Spawn, start, and return to the illusion, so if you play them right, you could get other things out, yeah. Grand Illusionist, if it was set up this turn, it can move D3. Cool. That's interesting design space because there's so much setting up and resetting up over and over with this army. No combat ease, though. This is interesting. Devolving Aura. Roll a die, add 1 to the roll if any damage points were allocated to the target this phase. Target has a maximum control score of 1 until the start of your next turn. Okay. As with all things like this, I kind of feel like just killing them is better. But maybe it's a low damage army. I feel like replacement unit is the way to go on this one without having read the rest of the book. If you kill both Argent Shards, the Tzeentch player gets 2 fate points to compensate. Oh, true. I didn't think of that. You are right. Note, no hero restriction on replacing the Arcanite units. Half the number of models rounding up. Oh, true, yeah. It just can't be a Warflock Arcanite, but it could be a hero and you just get the hero back. Straight up. I'm gonna check out what has those keywords. Can you get a monster back with this? That'd be extra spicy. Battle formation. Fated Blades. Cometh the Hower. If you make a charge roll of 9 for a friendly DOT unit, add 1 attacks characteristic, give them low ones for the rest of the turn. Hey, they got a better version of the old Nighthaunt charge roll. Just looking for 9s. I know a bunch of armies that would rather have this than Tzeentch. Also, as always, I will be scrolling up here and noticing, because I'm a noticer, that you can add to the charge roll with fate points. And it doesn't say unmodified. Just doing a little noticing over here. Yeah, I see people in chat now. Modifiable. You can buy with fate. Isn't it interesting that they have battle traits that do things, and then immediately they start printing rules that interact with those battle traits? Damn, I wish they did that for all the battle tomes instead of just the last 3 that I read out of 25. Malevolent Creek. I mean, Malevolent Schemers. Once per turn army. Inevitable Ending. Pick a unit, friend or enemy, to be the target. If the target is destroyed, gain a fate point. Once per turn army, start of any turn. The Babe Ruth. Right to the outfield. You. This is the most, like, I vow to have already eaten breakfast this morning thing ever from Weeaboo Fightan Magic. In a certain respect, it's gambling, but also, like, if you failed to kill that enemy, that was probably your battle tactic. That was probably points, you know. Watch out for your opponent spiking a 6 to redeploy and just ruining everything. But, you know, that's what fate points are for. It sounds like cheating, but it's by the rules. Don't worry about it. Denizens of the Silver Towers. Twist of Fate. Each time a unit uses an ability that requires you to spend one or more fate points. After that ability has been resolved, roll a die, 4 up, gain a fate point. Hell yeah. I wonder the lingo here. Requires you to spend one or more. That's different than spending one or more. Maybe it's not different, and I should just take it at face value. Sort of a, what's it called? What's the brooch from second ed? Malign Portents. Aether, something Aether brooch that had you get a command point back on a 5-up whenever you spent it. A lot of combo decks tried to do that. Combo lists, I should say. It's kind of like that. If you remove one or more damage points from the damage pool of a friendly DOT unit as a result of Destined. And then you get a fate point back. Okay. Aether Quartz Brooch. I think that was it. Brooch or Brooch. Mutants and Mad Things. Hideous Unpredictability. Good names. Pick a friendly unit that is masked by illusion. Set up the target wholly within 6 of the battlefield edge and more than 9. Okay, so this is a way of having everything else you choose here means that potentially 3 of your units are going to be stranded in the ether for the whole game. Unless you pick this one. So that's interesting. I wonder if there's more ways to pull them out. If you spend 2 or 3 fate points on a charge, you'll only get 1 back. Yeah, because it's 1 or more. It's like a yes or no question. It's not a how many question. You're not like... It's not a machine, but you might end up with one. So far, I feel priced into choosing this one, and I'm kind of not happy about it, but the way the book is written so far, I'm imagining they might put more than one way to get all of your guys on the table. I like Cometh the Hour. I like that one. It's got a Patreon launcher, as far as I've been told. Don't know personally. Artifacts of Power. End of any turn, Fate Slicer. Gain 1 fate point if any models are slain by this unit this turn. I don't know if you got any combat heroes. Well, no, it says slain by this unit. Spells count for that. It doesn't say melee weapons. Spells count for that. All right, it's not trash. Put a little asterisk next to it. Check back later. Cloaked in Weird Flame. Boy, I'm glad they got rid of that stupid Weird Flame shit. That was dumb last time. -1 from wound rolls for attacks target this unit. That's good. Doesn't have a melee clause either. That's good. Reaction, you declared a spell ability for a disabled Tzeentch unit wholly within 6 of this unit. Wholly within 6 is pretty short. Don't like that. Kyric Tome. Add 1, 2, or subtract 1 from the casting roll for the spell. This unit can use this ability more than once per phase, but only once per spell ability. Cool. So you can subtract 1 from the casting roll for a spell so that you fail it and get a fate point? Is that the trick? No, it's only on a miscast. So why would you -1? So that it's easier to unbind your own spell, maybe? It's a lot of hoops to jump through. Maybe there are spells that actually care about the number you get to. Further cementing the idea that you can spend fate points to hit a Goldilocks zone of some sort. That would be interesting. And then we got the endless spells, which I normally just kind of glaze over, but in Tzeentch you're going to be doing that. Because everything's a double wizard, basically. Simulacrum 712, Sigil 618, Eyes 518. Okay. Let me look at those really quick. Simulacrum. It just fights. 9-inch move. 8/5/6 up. It banishes on a 7. Add 2 attacks characteristics against snapping jaws for each fate point you have. Oh, cool. I wondered if they would do something like this. How interesting. So you're like fate maxing, and so there's one reason to keep holding them besides just holding them, right? I don't know exactly how many fate points you can really get in this army. 10 feels like a number that's entirely too high for you to reasonably get it, but I guess who knows. Anyway, it's kind of funny that the Snapping Jaws anti-wizard +1 rend crit mortal. Crit mortal likes extra attacks, that's for sure. You've heard of aura farming. Now try fate maxing. Very interesting. I don't think it's particularly good or what you want to be doing, but maybe it is, and at least it interacts interestingly with what's going on in the battle trade section. This seems so cool. It feels like the dev team woke up from a haze and decided to write fun. Yeah, that's, to me, it's like the beginning of Big Lebowski when he's dunking his head in the toilet. Where's the fucking money, shithead? You know, that. And the dude is just, oh God, I don't, that's the rules writers right before they wrote the last 3 books. But unfortunately, after they wrote the first 9, they're finally like, they woke up from a dream, Encino Man from a block of ice that melted. And they're like, okay, now we can write real books. Those first ones, we were actually just playing a practical joke on everyone and writing the most boring, phoned-in bullshit ever that sucks. And now we'll start. At this point exactly, we'll start writing some good ones. We gotta talk about the quality control. Like, we memed on and really wanted the quality control to be better in 1st edition. But the game just came out. You know, okay. And in 2nd edition, and we were a little more insistent. And now in 3rd, this can't be still happening with a new team in 4th. We gotta get these things closer together on quality. Anyway, Burning Sigil doesn't move. Any hero phase, Radiant Transmogrification. I guess they heard the community finally. I really don't think that's it. It's got to be something else. Something internal and fucked up. Because just imagine, like, you know, Matt Rose and his team scrolling through Twitter, and then they see people complaining that some books are terrible and other books are really good. And they're like, oh, the black guy meme where he's pointing at the laptop and they all act surprised. It's like, oh shit, we should have been doing a good job. Oh yeah. Hey, we'll change our ways right now because the community asked us to. It can't be that. That can't be the reality of the situation. Wasn't the complaint all the books lack flavor? Yeah, well, not just that, but that was one of them, yeah. The complaint was all the indexes are terrible, but that's okay because we've never done indexes before, and at least you're doing indexes as long as the books are good. And then all the books were terrible. And then now they're 50 times better. And it can't just be like that they decided to start doing a good job out of nowhere. In my head, that doesn't make sense. They would have just been, you know, you try to do a good job, in my opinion, always. So it had to be something else. Maybe I'm thinking that it has to be a conspiracy and I'm wrong. But, man, There's got to be some Illuminati shit happening in the company. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. Anyway, radiant transmogrification. This manifestation must use this ability in each hero phase. Each hero phase, okay. Each unit, friend and enemy within 9. Roll 2 dice, pick either result, then apply the corresponding effect for the rest of the turn. So you at least get to pick one of the 2 results. That's neat. Not just terrible, but less interesting than the indexes. Yeah, and in the opposite way than everyone was asking for. It's sort of like we were asking for better battle tomes with more interesting stuff in them, with better internal balance and more quality control for 9 years. And then exactly 3 books ago, they decided to listen to customer feedback. I don't know. To me, it's got to be something else. Probably an overworked team. Well, the team's too small, that's for sure. I blame their bosses because the buck's got to stop somewhere, and that's for the boss. And so I always blame the bosses. Anyway, no effect if you get snake eyes. Heal D3, and then inflict D3. Okay, so it's still a kiss curse. Or I'll kiss you, curse them. You can charge even if you ran. Enemy units cannot run. Cool. And it's each unit within 9. Add 1 to hit rolls, subtract 1 from hit rolls, add 1 to wound rolls, subtract 1 from wound roll. Okay. All these effects are good. Positioning this thing might be a bit tricky, but maybe not. Tome of Ease, 5466. Incinerating Gaze. Compendium of Compendium of Dank Knowledge. If visible friendly, disables each wizard within 3. Target can immediately use a spell ability from the Lore of Change or the Lore of Fate. That spell does not count towards the number of spells or banishes the target can use this phase. Okay, but it specifically doesn't exclude casting the same spell twice. So I imagine that you can't. So it gives you an extra spell, but not 2 of the same ones, as far as I'm reading this, unless they're unlimited. That's good. Has to be pretty close and moves slow. Kind of like gives you a pick maybe at the other lore if you're only picking one. Anyway, these things are good. This thing is good to just put on the table and be a thing. Be a thing that exists in real space and has attacks. Just gum up the works. The old gum up the works strat. It's a good strat. So far, so good. Spell lores. Lore of Fat. Infernal Gateway, 6. Pick a visible enemy within 18, good range, that has not been picked to be the target of this spell. Oh, because it's unlimited, sure. Roll either 5 dice or a number of dice equal to the number of fate points you have. Oh, another thing for fate maxing. I wonder if they're going to carry this all the way through. And like in Lumineth, I wonder if it's actually worth fate maxing or not. It's probably worth fate maxing for the whole game and then choosing your one singular moment and spending all of them to win the game. Like, that's probably how you're supposed to do it. But still very interesting. That being said, by default, this is a D3 Mortal Wounds spell. But I wonder how fate maxed you can even get. Might be interesting. It's 8 p.m. Do you know where your fate points are? Yeah, they're outside playing or whatever. It's fine. At least they're not on a screen. Weird Flame Haze for 6. You just cast it. Until the start of your next turn, friendly DOT units that are not visible to enemies more than 12 from them. While those friendly units are wholly within 12 of a friendly disabled Tzeentch unit that was set up in the same turn. Tricky. Okay, you gotta have plans, but that's cool. 10 fate points is not unrealistic if you build for fate maxing. That's cool. I picked 10 out of a hat. I thought that might be a bit high. But I don't know. A lot of stuff can happen in a game. That's one of those I kind of have to see work on the table. And then Shield of Fat. Just envelop yourself in it. Wholly within 12 of them. Target is a ward 5 up, -1 from hit rolls. Damn, you are not dying. Five up ward and -1 to get hit. 200% fucking invincible. And then Lore of Change, which is probably the demon lore, if there is such a thing. Bolt of Tzeentch, which used to do D6, if I recall correctly. 18's a good range. D3 mortals, subtract 1 from wound rolls. That's great. Unlimited. What a good unlimited spell. What a good unlimited spell. Fold Reality. This one creates more stuff, so it probably interacts with Masked. Pick a friendly non-monster DOT unit wholly within 12.
You son of a bitch.
Oh, Shorty Paint Studios. Big raid, party of 9. How you guys doing? What were you painting this fine evening? We're going over the Tzeentch Book. Dude, Trap Lord Sosa. Is that the traps? Dude, that guy's traps are fucking huge. Anyway, what's up, Shorty Paint Studios? Party of 9, the Tzeentch number? Perfect. Oh, Revenant Seeklers. Nice. Nice raid. We're going over the Tzeentch Book, and so far it's a good one. I didn't think we would get good ones this edition, but we suddenly started getting good ones. And so the edition is saved for the chosen people who randomly get good battle tomes. Some things never change. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, Masked of Illusion. Then you can pick a friendly unit that is masked by illusion and set up wholly within 12. Okay. Both parts of the effect are optional. You can carry out either or both. Oh. Yeah, notice it does say can. Can pick a friendly non-monster Tzeentch unit wholly within 12 of the caster and set it up in reserve. Then you can pick a friendly. Okay, so this is another way you can pull them, and you don't have to just waste 3 units out of your army. So you don't need the sub-faction. And if you don't have any wizards left to cast Fold Reality, then you probably don't have any guys left, just about. And it gets around that other yeah, it gets around the no smoke and mirrors thing too. Cool. This is cool. It's tricky. Masked by illusion. And then transformed into spawn. We had to keep it. 18-inch range, good range. Inflict D3 mortal damage. If any models are slain, you can pick a friendly chaos spawn that is masked by illusion and set it up in combat with the target and waste their time. Which is always good. We love wasting time. You think reading the Chaos Spawn as your first War Scroll is worth it? Okay. Because transformed to spawn, as I read this spell, in my head I'm like, it would be cool if the Chaos Spawn was like a poison pill. It was just like a shit unit that radiated a stink aura that gave everyone around it, friend or foe, minus to something. Like it's just some horrible thing. And so putting it in their unit after you kill something is just like a, you know, They got an ankle bracelet on. I'm going to do it. I'm going to look at the spawn. Chaos spawn is Tzeentch. Moves random. 5 and 5/1. Freakish mutations. Crit 2 hits. 5s and 4s. No Ren. Just an awful, awful creature. It's a beast, so it had max control of 1. There's nothing to it. A Twisted Fate. This unit must be deployed using this ability. It's always masked by illusion. Each time this unit is destroyed, set up an identical replacement. Each friendly chaos spawn can be replaced any number of times. Okay, so you get a bunch of them. That's funny. I like it. So how many is the proper amount of these to buy? That's the question. The answer is 2, because it's possible to have 2 out at once. But if one dies, you could just replace it with the same model. You know. The proper amount is 0. Oh yeah, I said buy, didn't I? Pardon me. Yeah. This model is terrible, ugly, stupidly expensive. Definitely build your own. I guess I meant how many do you bring? How many do you bring? Anyway, back to the top. Lord Kairos Fateweaver, the two-hatted. 16, 12, 5, 5 up. Staff of Tomorrow. He does some bonks. He has some attacks. It's possible to kill something. He gets -1 power level when he has 10 or more damage on him. The Master of Destiny. Wizard 3, hell yeah. A proper wizard. If this unit has not already engineered the outcome this battle round, instead of making a casting roll, unbinding, banishment, hit, wound, or save, for a visible Disciple Tzeentch unit hold within 12 of it, you can engineer the outcome. You get to cheat at the game. Good. I'm glad they kept him being able to cheat at the game by the rules. That's important for Tzeentch to do. That's part of their identity. If the roll would have been a d6, it's a 6. If the roll would have been a 2d6, it's a 9. And because 9 is the number, fair enough. Interacts with the charge roll thing. Interacts with probably successfully casting spells, among other things. That's great. Make a casting roll for this unit. You can change the lowest d6 to match the highest. Hey, he kept it. He kept the thing. Mastery Magic is fun. They kept the fun ability. I appreciate that. Beacon of Sorcery. Add 1 to casting rolls and unbinding rolls. Friendly DOT wizards. Hold their holies in 12 this unit. Holies in 12. Unbinds a spell. No command points are spent for that wizard to use the magical intervention command in that phase. Oh, cool. So you unbind, and then you get to cast for free if you do. That's great. That's super cool. You know, the fun ability was just cheating with battle tactics. I didn't like that ability because it was too fourth wall. It reached outside of the game and said, hey, whatever your easiest battle tactic is, just do it twice. I didn't like that. But good callback. Can't engineer the outcomes on charges. Oh, true. It actually listed all of them, and I was thinking charges. Typical ogre player, just thinking with charges, huh? Fateful Reverse for an 8th. Pick a visible enemy within 18, good range. If the target charged in the same turn, friendly DOT units in combat with the target have strike first. That's good. The target's weapons cannot be affected by the charge +1 damage weapon ability. And you just get both. All right. That's good. ABC always be cheating. He's pretty good. Comes with a 5-up too. His save sucks, but he comes with a 5-up. Points? Don't know yet. Obviously, points are going to determine everything, but it's, to me, actually, it's, as far as like what's important, having a good war scroll, the points will become balanced eventually. Like the points will get there. If it's too expensive, they'll go down. If it's too cheap, they'll go up. But if your war scroll sucks, nothing can save you. And so if you have a good war scroll, that's just a good thing. I didn't know they released them already. Pardon me. 400. Okay. Altered Feast. Good shit. Altered Feast. That's a good name for an army. Are we 1 year out from AOS 5? At least. The Changeoling. Wizard 2. 5-up ward. Puckish Misdirection. While they're wholly within 12 of this unit, friendly disabled Tzeentch units can use a redeploy even if they were set up in the same turn. Cool. My boy. Yeah. Arch Deceiver. This unit can only use this ability if it is masked by illusion. Pick a model in a friendly DOT unit to be the target. This unit can immediately use a spell ability. When it does measure the range and visibility from the target is treated as the caster for the purposes of other abilities such as unbind. So the Changeling is hovering in the masked by illusion, and he's still casting spells through people. So cool. Man, they really are taking it to heart that your battle traits should be interesting in any way and do things and be callbacks and referenced. Who is this Games Workshop? Who are the people writing this? Did they just hire 5 new people? What happened? Whispers of Treachery. Visible enemy within 18. Roll a die for each model in the unit. 5-up, 1 mortal. Yeah, boring. This is cool. Target is treated as the caster for the purposes of other abilities such as unbind. Interesting. I don't know what isn't. So can you choose like, can you choose a spawn and just cast a spell from the spawn, even though the spawn isn't a wizard? I think so, because it just says it can use a spell ability. I have questions about this. Does it take up one of the unit's spells if they're a spellcaster? Can I target somebody who isn't? I think no and yes, in that order. The thing is, though, this is like a really cool interaction and an interesting ability. I don't know if you play with this guy. I think you have enough wizards as it is, unfortunately. But it's a cool rule. It's a double caster, but I guess everything is. Lord of Change, the new one. Crit auto wound, or the normal one, I mean. Oh, you get a summon replacement half-up unit. Cool. Nice. So that's how you get that other thing that you could have chosen above. You can still get it here by taking this guy. Locus of Impossibility. Add 1 to casting rolls for this unit and subtract 1 from hit rolls for attacks at target friendly dot units. Oh, they're all nice. All right. Two caster or three? Still a 3. Temporal manipulation. I prefer temporal mastery. I like that. Miracle, take an extra turn for 2. Pick another visible friendly dot unit that was not set up this turn, wholly within 18, good range. Target can use normal move as if it was your movement phase, but it must end the move closer to this unit. Okay. 1 micron closer to this unit, but swing it wide. This guy's like cool and everything, but I don't know if I don't know. Locus is pretty good. Replacing a unit is pretty good. All this stuff is pretty good. If I'm going to play something like this, I kind of want it to be Kairos, but we'll see how the army lists look. Fate Skimmer. Some attacks, charge +1 damage. They still have the Burning Chariot. Spread the Inferno. Companion weapons used by friendly disabled Tzeentch units have crit 2 hits while they're within 12. Fuel for the flame once per turn, any hero phase. Visible dot unit within 12. If the target is destroyed before removing it from... Okay, Fate Point Generator Man. Only a Wizard 1. I say only a Wizard 1, but it's the Tzeentch Book, so I'm used to 2s and 3s. Fly Ward 6. This guy looks like he costs more than what you want to spend for him. But he could be a... I don't know. Maybe he's a Fate Maxer. I'm not sure. Changecaster. Gem friendly dot unit, wholly within 12, uses rally. You can make an... everybody has to have the rally guy. So this is your rally guy. Moon Man. Pepsi Man, Moon Man. Everybody has to have the Rally Man. Add one of the roll if the target was set up this turn. On a 3-up until the starting next turn, other than the companion weapon ability. Weapon abilities for attacks target that unit have no effect. Cool. Neat silver bullet thing with a rally on it. He's 140. 140 for a Fate Maxer who chooses Chaos Spawn every time. Wholly within 12, though, you gotta put him in danger's way. Maybe too much with Chaos Spawn, but you get the spawn back every time. The spawn is essentially this guy's bodyguard that just runs flailing in the combat with a giant bullseye on his back. 140, you could do it. Interesting. All right, something to think about. I'm like more interested in how I can abuse Chaos Spawn and abilities like Fuel the Flame to see how much I can Fate Max in a particular game. I'm like more interested in that than I am how to win. I'm like way more interested in how many Fate points can I stack. And it's cool the book is giving me the option to care about something that isn't just winning. Burning Chariot of Tzeentch. 16-inch shoot'ems. No rend, but it does have rend against anti-infantry. You can also shoot in combat, like basically everything. Recently. Flaming Mar and Blue Whores. Charge +1. Damn. Look at this cookie sheet. Look at this 2-dimensional Christmas cookie. Anyway, Fiery Death from above, once per turn army. If this unit charges turn, pick a visible enemy unit within 1, roll d3 on a 1, gain a fate point on a 2, then do something cool. Look at this. Look at how good this roll is. Roll a die. On a 1, you get a fate point, but nothing happens. On a 2-up, something happens. Give this person a promotion. That's how you do random, okay? Something always happens. What too much fate maxing does to a motherfucker. This unit can immediately use a retreat as if it were your movement phase. No mortal damage is inflicted on this unit by that retreat ability. Okay, cool. Charge in, blast them, run away. Exalted Flamer of Tzeentch. Wait, fly? Yeah, fly. Okay. 12 fly, 9 fly. Pretty good. 16 shoot as well. Pick 2 visible friendly flamers. Add 1 to wound rolls for the target shooting attacks. Nice. Flamer of Tzeentch keyword. Okay. So it can't be these. It's got to be the other ones. Unnatural heat. Pick an enemy unit that's targeted by this unit's shooting attacks. Roll die, add the number of damage points allocated to target this phase by this unit's shooting attacks on 5 -1 save rolls. Brutal. Nice shooting phase. Little combined arms. Pink whores. Oh, they got their 12-inch shooting. Little Arcanite flames that always miss. Roll 50 dice, do 4 damage. Lunatic Demise. It sounds like a limit break from Final Fantasy VIII. And you get a champion, a musician, a standard bearer in 10s. Every time they die before removing them, pick 1. Either you pick a blue or brimstone horror within 12 and then return slain ones, or you blow up. Cool. And then blue horrors and brimstone horrors, which have the same shooting attack. Crit auto wound. Roll die for each blue horror that is slain on a 3-up. You get a brimstone. You cannot have more than 10 blue horror models and 10 brimstone in a non-reinforced unit. You can have more than 20 of each in a reinforced. Models that have been slain and returned to this unit do not count as being slain for the purposes of this ability. Okay. 40-man unit. 40-man units are alive and well. And you only start with the blues. You get the brimstones to visually show how many have split. Cool. I don't know which one of these you're ending up trying to do. It's probably blues. Just as putting stuff in the way. But only the pinks blow up. These can't blow up. They could just become more foam. Notice it's end of turn, so that if you just kill them, they're just dead. Which sucks for them, but it's good for the sanity of your opponents, because these creatures have historically been the most frustrating things to fight against ever. I don't know that you should have to pay for that, but there it is. Flamers. 12, 3, 2, 4, D3. That's a lot of rolls. Oh, this is where we get the burning keyword. Lingering burns. Oh, World of Warcraft, the burning region. This unit can use this ability even if it has been destroyed. What a great sentence. Hey, we're remembering our recipes. Remember fun? This is just a fun rules text. This unit can use this ability even if it has been destroyed. Good. Keep doing that. I like it. Pick any number of burning enemies. D3 for each target on a 1. They lose the burning. On a 2-up. Inflict an amount of mortal damage on the target equal to the roll. Sweet. That's just cool. The Screamers. 14 flying. Jesus. The Lamprey Bite. Charge +1 dam. They are beasts. Once per turn army, any charge phase. If this unit is not in combat, pick an enemy manifestation, and you can 36 charge to it. Cool. Oh, and you can pass across stuff, too. Inflict D3 mortal damage on each enemy manifestation in combat. I'm a little sad because I'm you're conditioning me after reading this book to look for fun. And so I'm a little disappointed that it's an enemy manifestation. I think it would be cool to 3d6 charge your own and then land near them and blast people, set up a combo. But it wouldn't work by the rules for a reason or two. And, you know, fair enough. Not everything has to be super interesting. Yeah, Astorius Rex. This is if you want your delivery unit, you just look through the book for the highest move flying on the cheapest unit. And I mean, they're screamers. You're screaming across the battlefield and then hot swapping. These might look like lamprey eels, but they're not. They're actually Kairos Fateweaver. It is I, Dio Brando. Takes off the mask and just becomes a 16-foot tall double head bird. How did you fit in that costume? Noni? All right, Gaunt Summoner, one of the coolest models in the game. Certainly one of the best in Tzeentch. Love the Gaunt Summoner. Pan's Labyrinth looking ass creature painted blue. So what does this guy do? Because the illusion kind of stole his shit. 14 flying? Wizard 2 cavalry. Because he's on the disc. He's on the Highlander 2 disc. Or 3 maybe. Crit Mortal range 12 change staff is kind of neat. It won't be happening, but it could. Has a little fight in him. Masters of the Silver Towers. Enemy units cannot end a charge move within a half inch of a friendly Argent Shard that is wholly within 12 of this unit was set up on the battlefield the same turn. Okay. So you can't charge Argent Shards that were just placed if they're within 12 of this guy. Neat. Nice protector there. Once per battle army, start of any turn. All belongs to Tzeentch. Pick an objective you do not control and that you controlled earlier in the battle. You control it. Skillu issue Dio. Damn. Give me the Hanya gif. Skill issue Dio. Remember when I said I don't like them reaching outside of the game and doing stuff? Well, this doesn't count because controlling the objectives is within the game. It's just battle tactics kind of aren't. Funny ability. You control it. Give me that shit. Now, I have some rules questions here. There are some implications. There's no duration to the you control target objective. When is control determined? It's at the end of turn, and so if the enemy's still on it, that they just get it back right away? Does this ability not work? Does it last forever? Does it supersede that? I got some questions. Like, you're not contesting it, but you do control it. I don't know. Anyway, I'm not sure how this exactly works, but I'm here for it and I like it and I just want some clarification. Yeah, I think it works until you lose it normally. But it's cool. It's sort of like, this is the ultimate turn 5. If the game actually has lasted until turn 5, this is the ultimate start of turn 5. I choose the one that the enemy had to leave to try to get a different one, and now they're screwed and the game's over. I just got some questions as a start of how many people ended up in the Silver Tower. True. And then Arcane Imprisonment, 7. Pick an enemy hero in combat with this unit to be the target. So you had to enter combat with a guy with a 5-up, 5-up. Not kill him. And then have it roll over to your hero phase specifically. And then they cast a spell and just kills him. For only a hero. This is the most niche, never going to happen spell in the universe. But it is flavorful and cool. And there are, there's room for those on guys who are already good for other reasons. Right? Which this guy is. Yeah, Eltharion charges this guy. Rolls a natural 1 on every single attack. And then it's your turn and you snap your fingers. And dust off your shoulder. The Fate Master. 654. Curse Rot Glaive. 43422. I appreciate that they all kind of suck at fighting. That's flavorful. Long in the planning. Once per turn army enemy hero phase 2 fate points. Spend 2 fate points, then pick a visible friendly Arcanite unit wholly within 12. For the rest of the turn, the first time an enemy unit ends a charge move within 3 of the target, you can remove the target from the battlefield and set it up in reserve. Oh, the old shibbity whoop, huh? Got him. That's actually cool. That's cool. Has to be an Arcanite unit. That's funny. Dude, the shimmy in the corner. Take the throw. And yeah, he can use it on himself. Cool. Bound Retinue. Once per turn army or movement phase. This unit can only use this ability if it is masked by illusion. Pick one other friendly unit that is masked by illusion to be the target. Set up this unit if more than 9 from all enemy units, then set up. Yeah, okay. So he brings his boys with him. And it's any unit too. It's not, I thought it might be Arcanite because up here it's Arcanite, but you can pick anything. Nice. Very interesting. And Wizard 1, of course. And then normal Gaunt Summoner, not on disc. Still Wizard 2. Still has the bonk staff and the shoot 'em. Alright, same Silver Tower thing. Once per battle army, start of any turn, all belongs to Tzeentch. Leaden Limbs. Visible enemy within 18, good range until starting next turn. Halb, move characteristic, and fly doesn't work. That's good. Strong spell. Plus Wizard 2. I like him. You might consider playing him just because he's probably much cheaper than the disc version. Finally got Crushmeister to The War Within, but missed a bunch. What's the hype so far? It's just like a book that's written well with interesting rules that make you want to build around different things and make choices. With a bunch of callbacks to their battle traits, which are interesting, and there's a bunch of them. You know, like what Age of Sigmar should be, if all the battle tomes are like this. Gaunt Summoners are 180 and 210. That's pretty close together. I thought the disc one might be considerably more expensive. I'm going to be honest. I'm not playing him. This guy starts, and things might be different when you get him on the table and see how it works, but this is an auto-include. One of them. Like whichever. 30 points really isn't that much for fast move flying either. And this guy bringing his boys is kind of interesting in saving them on a double caster. Sorry, I think this guy's a single caster. He is. This guy's a double caster. Magister. 18-inch one-shot. There he is. Wizard 1. Spell Master. Once per turn, army reaction, you declare a spelled ability for a wizard within 30. 30 is a pretty good range. Make an unbinding roll if the roll exceeds the casting. If the spell's unbound, add 1 to casting rolls for this unit for the rest of the phase. So here's where you get to unbind your own spells for more fate farming. Fate farm and fleet. When you have 6 or more fate points, add 1 tax characters and melee weapons used by friendly Arcanite units when they're wholly within 12. We're fate maxing. Dude, we're fate maxing. You can do it. If you want to. You can do it. And then normal Magister, probably the same thing. No. Imbued with Arcane Fire. Pick a visible friendly Arcanite unit wholly within 12. They have crit mortal. Oh. Yeah, crit mortal's pretty good. I'm not even certain which one of these is better. I'm gonna have to look at the Tzeentch warscroll. Or sorry, not Tzeentch. The whatever the fightiest Arcanates are. The Cursoling, this awful guy. I hate him. I think his sculpt. It's not like his sculpt is bad or anything. It's just I don't like it. But I didn't like the old guy either, so what do I know? 18-inch D6 attacks, sure. With spell and sword. Once per turn army, any combat. This unit is in combat, you can use a non-summon spell ability as if it were your hero phase. As if that ability had the unlimited keyword. And as if this unit had not cast any spells this turn. That's fun. What a fun ability this is. And he can do it because he has 2 heads, and so they're thinking separately. That's cool. Hey, I can't wait for the Ogre book to come out. Because we're going to get our lead belchers. They're going to be able to... it'll be called with shoot and sword. And they'll be able to shoot their cannons in at the start of the combat phase. It'll be cool. It'll be super cool. So he's a wizard 2, but really he's a wizard 3. Armauer Bane Curse. Visible any within 12, -1 from save rolls. That's good. All right. I'm seeing we got some buffs and debuffs. It took a while, but I found some buffs and debuffs to put on a giant unit of swingers. Which you do actually need. And which is the one thing that Tzeentch was kind of missing before was at various points was a unit that like, does damage and fights. He can give -2 save on a unit. Just negative. Oh, I see. Yeah, it would be -1 on 2 because you can't put the same passive debuff on the same target more than once. Even though I think you should be able to, because that would be fun. But it wouldn't be fun for that person. So I guess who cares? Ogroid Thaumaturge, the wizard who lifts. Shoot in combat, big staff. 6/4/2/1/2. Charge +1 damage too. Alright. Swinger. Opponent declared a spell ability within 30. So when an opponent casts a spell within 30, you just move 6. This is the most Khorne ability ever. Khorne is furious that Tzeentch has. You can move 6 when someone casts a spell. That's a Khorne ability. I don't care who you are. Anyway, it can move into combat and it must end the move closer to the caster. If this unit was in combat at the start of the move, it must end the move in combat. Yeah, that's awesome. That's cool. I don't know why that's not printed on corn units, but hey, alright. This guy escaped corn. If that's truly his backstory, then it makes sense. But I still feel for him. Arcane Absorption. If any damage points are allocated to an enemy wizard or priest by this unit's attacks, enemy unit has been destroyed. Heal 7, just straight up. Yeah, full life. Add 1 to the power level. Oh, level up wizard. Yeah, and it's all cumulative. These kind of abilities are free because they sound cool, but they like never work out in play. But it's kind of just free real estate to make you feel better about reading your guys. Probably wouldn't play with him, but maybe I would. I don't know. He's cool. Yeah, works out of the library. Harry Spotter. Right next to the plates. Zanger Shaman. 14 flying. I just really don't like what these guys look like. It just doesn't hit me. Personal preference, but I just don't like them. The whole gore aesthetic, I think, no. Anyway, fights. Avian Swiftness. Pick a visible friendly Arcanite unit wholly within 12. 3 up. They can run and charge. Hell yeah. Are these your fighters? Let's see. Wit of Beasts. Once per turn army, any combat. Visible enemy monster or cav within 6. The target's melee weapons have companion for the rest of the turn. Damn, that's brutal. That's brutal. Does it retroactively turn off buffs? I wonder. And Tzangors. 265. 3 attacks, 4s and 3s, 1/1, crit 2 hits. That's, you could do something with that with a group of these guys. We can work with that. They come in 10s. 30 attacks. Add 1 to wound rolls while it's wholly within enemy territory. Arcanite keyword detected. But Warflock. Okay, Warflock. Hold on. What was the thing that was bad about Warflock? There was something up here. Oh, you can't return them. Okay. I recall there was some Warflock you can't do it thing. Can you do it on this guy too? Okay, this guy can. But it's not hero. So the battle trait is hero, but no wharfs. And this guy is wharfs, but no heroes. Okay. I just had to get myself situated. Anyway, because they have the Arcanite keyword, you can load some buffs up on these dudes, and you can load some debuffs on your opponent's dudes, and you can deliver them unto combat. All right. Depending on how expensive it is, we have potentially an expensive kilo unit with a lot of synergies to absorb. Like, they can absorb a lot of synergies. Kyric Acolytes, these are the cheaper guys that look terrible in their own special way. Ugh. Maybe it's just because I hate birds. But they have really tiny heads and big bodies, which to me is usually funny, but here, I don't know. I'd rather them be wizards. Kyric Blades, 2 attacks, 4s and 3s, 1/1, but no special stuff. Driven by Destiny. Once per turn army, enemy movement phase. If this unit is more than 6 from all enemy units, it can move X, where X is the number of fate points you have. Fate maxing. Dude, let's go. And we finally have X. Is this the first X. Is this the first X in the game ever? Hey, that new... Covering the mic in secrecy. That new person they hired. That person plays Magic. Okay? This whole book smells like a Magic player designed it. We got abilities that reference each other, a bunch of different ways to build, a bunch of different options to build around by making choices on purpose. A lot of synergies. Move X where X is the number of. Look. Magic players have breached the walls. We're on the inside. Don't forget good old Jade Obelisk. Let me deck build my army list real quick. Anyway, these guys slap too. You can absorb a bunch of buffs. They're probably cheaper. You'll figure it out. You'll figure out which one you want. That's the boring part, right? You do the math, you look at the points, and you figure out, is this one worth it or is this one worth it? And in a lot of the other books, that part, the boring part you do at the end that's just comparing numbers, is the only thing you ever get to do. That last final easy boring part. It's so refreshing to have a book, well now 2.5 books, maybe 3, where you have the fun part to do before that last part. Zangor Enlightened. On discs, these guys were a menace. Specifically, Skyfires. Many moons ago, these guys were a menace. For 2 weeks. Very expensive. Charge +1 damage. Yo, 3 damage on the charge on a 14 flyer. I think you're getting the charge if you want it. Arrow of Fate. Yep. 2 damage. Ooh. 18. Ooh. Looking at the wheel and the weapon blocks, kind of scared to ask how much these cost, but I mean, the stats are there. All too predictable. Have we discussed how you can unbind already unbound spells to farm fate points? Yes. And failed spells, apparently. We're fate maxing. If this unit charged, pick one of the following. Spear has crit 2 hits. Sure. Add 1 to the rend characteristic of the spear and beak. Okay. That's good. That's quite big. 200 for 3 and 160 for 3. Yeah, that's pretty expensive. But look, the stats are there for it. Give them crit mortals and +2 attacks. Arcanite keyword detected. Oof. Oofta. Anyway, nice arrows. And not even bad in combat. Okay, a little subpar in combat, but look, it's fine. Ignore negative modifiers to hit and wound for this unit's shooting attacks. Sure. They don't have the weird thing if you've activated after the person thing, but that thing was kind of dumb, so that's fine. Pick an enemy unit that has any damage points allocated to it by this. Add 1 to hit rolls for combat attacks made by friendly Warflock units. Okay, combined arms possibility there. Yeah, hold on. Before you do that, I just want to let you know that wasn't actually 6 Enlightened. That was a Chaos Spawn. Just as planned. And then we get to the Jade Obelisk. Mason's Tools. Anti-faction terrain rend. Hey, alright. Some amount of them can carry a bow, and the champion cannot carry a bow. This unit's Idolarch is a token. After setting up this unit on the battlefield for the first time, place its Idolarch next to it. -1 rend for weapons used by attacks target this unit while it's wholly within an Argent Shard. So this is like your Argent Shard Garters, I guess. Your Jade Obelisk is like, we're going to protect the monoliths. I mean, the Silver Tower guys, Gaunt Summoner, also protect it in a certain way, but chosen by the stone. If this unit has any models carrying the bow, pick a visible enemy with an 18, roll a die on a 3-up, place the Idolarchs of all other friendly Jade Obelisk units next to their respective units, then place this unit's next to the target. While a friendly is next to the unit, subtract 1 inch from their move. For each fate point you have, oh, Fate Maxer, Hunter Trap, immobilized. Oh, never mind. It can't reduce it to below half its unmodified value. That's still a lot. I mean, these guys are probably like 100 points, right? Like the cultists? Yeah, okay, somebody said 100 points. I mean, they could just be a little obelisk garter. Hit your opponent's main hammer unit. Have their movement. On a 3-up, there's 2 movement halvers in here. And then you got a reoccurring chaos spawn that just keeps flickering. This is cool and tricky. And you have to have plans. Yeah, this is good. This is an Age of Sigmar battle tome written by a Magic player. This is good. I don't know how strong it's going to be exactly. I'm not even sure what you're trying to do. Okay. You're trying to deliver a unit of Arcanites to fuck them up and then swap places. Just kidding, bro. It was a prank. It's actually a chaos spawn. And everything else that your army is doing is smoke and mirrors, just kind of trying to waste their time. And at some point, a Gaunt Summoner says, this objective is mine. This is cool. I like it. I think I like it more than the Lumineth Battle Tome, because the Lumineth Battle Tome on first read appears to be like it's like blatant fan service for how strong the stuff seems. And it can do everything. And it can do other people's things better than them. This one is a little more all in on a particular theme, which is neat. And I didn't... Yeah, somebody mentioned it. There were only like 2 foot heroes that didn't seem like they quite had a job. But both of them had abilities and were wizards. So you could still play them and find a job for them. Which was the solution all along. We've known the solution to the problem. And in the last 2 books, we solved it twice. Remember, the problem of the melee foot assassin is they suck intrinsically. Unless you make them a wizard or something. Or let them teleport into combat and assassinate people like you could do with that one guy in the Order book from the Shadow Elves in 1st edition. And the Lumineth book chose option B, and the Tzeentch book chose option A. Yeah, this is great. I'm going to give it a 5 out of 7. Hey, all right, out of 10. I'll say the line just so YouTube comments can type it. Do this for my book, why don't you? But also, damn, I really wish you did this for the first half of the entire battle tomes in the game and also the indexes. I hope this continues. If the remaining battle tomes that come out for the rest of 4th edition are of the quality of Tzeentch Lumineth, maybe a little toned down for Lumineth, but, you know, Nurgle, Skaven, even though it wasn't quite all there, but it was still pretty good. Maybe vampires, right? If the rest of the battle tomes are at minimum as good as Skaven, and ideally as good as Tzeentch, then 5th edition, when everybody gets a seat at the big boy table, we got actual hopium. Like, 5th edition is going to rock if everybody gets stuff like this. And the sacrificial lambs of everyone who had their book come out too early. Sorry, you shouldn't be treated that way as a customer, but if it never happens again and moving forward it's just all sweet, then I guess we can forgive. Yeah, it makes you excited for Seraphon, because if this is what they're doing for Tzeentch, and Seraphon is kind of the Tzeentch of Order, very interesting. We don't have the Ogre book yet. Could it be, dare I dream, dare to dream, that Ogres come out after the books start getting good? And I get a good Ogre book? Dude, imagine. Imagine what they're going to say. The people online are going to be like, oh, here we go. HeyWoah hates the edition, and then Ogres come out and they're good and fun, and that traitor suddenly likes the edition once it's fun. And I'm going to get ahead of those comments by always bitching about the battle tomes that aren't good, but acknowledging the ones that are, because we're fair. Yeah, it's pure hopium. It's Colombian. If the Ogre book was this complex, would you like that or not like that? That'd be fun. Yeah. You know, it's not like that complicated. You know, we're Magic players here. We're used to that. That's cool and fun. I think to a certain degree, a lot of times, destruction books, they're writing it for someone with brain damage who's a child. And there's a certain amount of thematics there, I guess. And there's a beauty to simplicity. But your players don't have brain damage. You don't need to dumb it down too much for them. I like complicated rules, obviously. Does super complicated, you got to have a plan, figure stuff out. You're not sure if it's going to be good until you play it, right? Does something quite as Byzantine as this belong in the theme of ogres? It might be a mismatch for the theme of the book, but on pure mechanics, I would enjoy it because that's fun. It's fun to solve puzzles. Yeah, and as long as you can't do everything, then you probably have to make choices, and that's cool too. It just lets you make those choices and lets you double down on them and lets you triple down on them. And now you've diverged a lot from the first time you made that choice, and look at that. You got a little branching talent tree going. That's fun. What would be the main themes of the army you want preserved in the new book? Well, there's nothing left. They took it all. So if we're not going back in time and recapturing stuff we used to have that was taken away, we could also go in a new direction. That's fine too, you know. I'm not too married to a specific custom battle tome fanfiction rigid thing in my head about how ogres have to play, you know? I just want them to be cool and fun broadly. So like it doesn't have to be like ogres don't have to be they don't even have to be the always be charging army if that's not what you want them to be doing with impact hits or whatever. Like that, anything is on the chopping block as long as what you end up with is thematic and fun and good, you know. I'm not particularly married to stuff. Was FEC well written or not? It was pretty good. Flesh Eater was pretty good. But I would put like Lumineth and Tzeentch in S tier as far as like how interesting the book looks. And then the other books people say are good are in like B plus. Like there's a big difference. But they're still pretty good, you know, Skaven and Vampires and Nurgle and FEC. And then there's stuff like Slaves and Corn and stuff, and I'm just like, what's happening? What is happening here? Anyway, good shit and super cool. Do you guys have time? I don't know how long I've been streaming because it got cut off after the first 40 minutes or something. I figure we got at least an hour, possibly more, for some Commander deck tech stuff. If you'd like to stick around, I'm going to cut the commercial and I'm going to open Discord and just start dragging stuff in willy-nilly. If there's any mods around, you can go through them or something like that, but I'm just going to be picking them out, I think. And maybe it'll go well, maybe it won't. We'll see. I think I'll know immediately whether it's going to go well, but we'll try it. Cut the commercial, get up, stretch your legs a little bit, get a drink. BRB for Magic. And I think I have to change the category I'm in on Twitch. So BRB.
Pardon me. Would you have any
Cream.
But of course.
Grey Poupon. It even has cream.
Hello, everyone. I'm Scott, president of Domino's Pizza. Have you heard of Hatsune Miku?
Get a rope.
How do you get shirts so clean, Mr. Lee?
Ancient Chinese secret.
My husband, some
Pure athlete, yeah.
Here's his ancient Chinese secret.
Cream.
Folks, I work with lots of people who wear dentures and smoke.
Mommy, how long will Charlie live?
1 second. I like the Whopper the way it was. Fool.
The new Whopper has more beef than ever, with luscious taste and a foamy trait.
Dunkin' Hines Yellow rises to great heights of moistness.
This is the day of great taste.
Deluxious.
This is the day of great moistness.
This deluxe yellow rises above the rest.
Moisture. Haven't you ever tried it?
No, is it soft?
Squeeze it.
Ooh, it is soft.
And help take a bite out of cream, yeah.
It still tastes good like a cigarette should.
Okay, so Discord is just like checking for updates. And it's stuck there. Hold on, I'm fixing it. Big fixer. End task. Ending the task. Let's try again. Deck talk now? It's deck talk now. Update failed. Retrying. Checking for updates. All right. This stream, I've had to reset both of my computers. Very interesting. At least I can reset this one without dropping the stream. I think ogres will be a good stuff stat check, but have a lot of combat phase WWE movement manipulation. Sort of like a little behemoth. Is there a way you'd like us to send them? Mox Field. Mox Field in Discord. As I kill time for the computer to finish resetting. Should buy a pre-con for Adepticon. You'll only be there for 1 day. I don't know. I think at least SJ and some other people are bringing extra to pass around. So, in an effort to save you some money, if you're only ever going to use the thing at Adepticon, you could possibly borrow one of SJ's that he's going to bring to just have somebody use. If you're trying to cut corners. Plus, I think even his ones that he sort of threw together, I think even those are better than... I think even those are better than precons. As in like a DM or just in the Magic the Flattening chat? I feel like in the Magic chat might be neat because maybe I don't get to all of them. Well, I probably won't. But even if I do, then they'll be there and other people can click on them and then maybe other people can look at them and type something. I think there's not too much of a downside with that. Oh, hey, all right. It instantly works. Easy. Just turn it off and turn it on again. It's so easy. All right, I'm probably going to go in order of received. But if the person isn't in chat, then eat shit for life. It's Moxfield only, though? Yeah. SJ's bringing heaps of decks for us to sample the delights of. Yeah, a little cheese platter. Nice little cheese platter. I'm getting these all clicked up. Don't worry about it. Is Kahi in the chat? Is Femonk in the chat? Femonk is in the chat. All right. Femonk is the first one who is in the chat. Never done this before live. We'll see if it works out. Gotta go, but have fun. Thanks for the big stream. No problem, Crow Roost. Here we have Gehennerosity. All right. Gen Arcanum Weaveler. Now they mention Enchanter's Reanimator. Goals. Play cheap enchantments. They wrote this. Number 2. Mill, discard, sack expensive enchantments. 3. Use Gen's power. 4. Profit. All right. Makes sense to me. Because you have to sacrifice an enchantment to do the thing. Return target enchantment from your graveyard to the battlefield. Yeah, okay. So he does the thing. He's not drawing cards, so you're going to have to elsewise, but that's easy with cheap enchantments. And these colors are capable of doing it because of black. I'm already thinking of a card that you're probably playing. Yep, it's this one. All right, I was going to suggest this, but you're already on it. When it enters, draw 3, and then it has like some downside to it, which is fine because you just sacrifice it to do something else. Demonic Lord is the same thing. There's some like Liliana one where you choose 4 things. And the last one is it the Liliana one? I don't think it is, because hers one of them is if you control 4 demons of the same name, you win the game, but that's not the one I'm thinking of. There's one where the last one is you lose the game. And so you kill it before you pick that. One of the things to be aware of with this deck, and I see that the bracket info has, you got Smothering Tithe, and that's it, so I'm guessing it's 3. One of the things to be aware of with this guy and enchantments that have gruesome downsides is make sure the downsides aren't too gruesome. Because as with all commanders, I generally have a rule that the deck should in general be able to play just fine without the commander. Because sometimes at some tables, people get it in their heads that your commander is not allowed to be alive, and they're capable of doing it. You know, sometimes you roll up to a pod and somebody's playing Kelsian the Plague, and you're like, oh, so no creature is just going to ever be on the battlefield unless Kelsian costs 14. And you got to figure out a way of navigating that. Now, he's got a target, so there are ways to navigate that, but you get what I mean. You see the FOMO in there? Anyway, what's our mana curve looking like? 39 land. That's a proper amount of land. Oh, look at that curve. This guy's curving out. Mana value is 1 for lands, 2.5 without. Before I really make any changes, I'm just going to play it a little bit, but I'm going to look at what's in here. This is your replenish replacement that doesn't cost $100. Got a lot of creatures that are also enchantments. It's probably a good sub-theme. Faithless Looting is a fine choice for technically a reanimator deck. This card's so good. Warlock class. You kind of don't want to be pumping stuff into these, but I guess you sacrifice them if you have to. And it's not a downside to just play excellent cards. You have Hexproof. This dude. Archivist of Ogma is interesting because a lot of times it just sits there doing nothing. But when you're playing against specifically me, please enjoy drawing 7 cards on average. No $100 cards is a poor person deck. Don't worry about it, dude. Just write replenish on basic planes. That's what YouTube chat tells me. Okay, brought back is a good idea because that also works for fetch lands, if I recall correctly. How many fetches are we running? A few, but not all. I would put all of them in. Ecology was a guy very much against proxies in the early 2010s. Yeah, that was basically everyone, except the most kitchen table people. Because the whole game was tournaments back then. Like, you just didn't play Magic unless it was practicing for a tournament or being in a tournament. And so the community was different. And also fakes were a problem. And if you buy something as a proxy, what's the difference between a proxy and a counterfeit? Nothing after it leaves your hands and enters the market or gets traded to someone or whatever. Nowadays, I think the community is just for proxying as much as you want. And I kind of don't like that, but also the company is so shit that I kind of feel like they sort of deserve it. A lot of people think that I'm against proxies. But I only kind of am. I'm one of those understanding all sides kind of persons. If you make my very much backyard players and tabletop stuff. Yeah. Ethical proxies, open source. I'm going to scroll past a lot of this stuff and look at what's the humongous crap that you're throwing out there. Debtor's Knell, that's cool. Bahamut, let's go. Knights of the Round. I don't know about Knights of the Round. It costs a lot, but Fear of Burning Alive. So just to start with, I want more humongous enchantments that we're cheating into play. This makes the deck a little worse, but it makes the deck a little better. Maybe we're just trying to get value. Dawn of the Dead is funny. Wouldn't download a card. Download cards all the time. Tabletop Simulator. Easy game. Mr. Yo Jimbo. This guy's actually really good. Anyway, I'm going to see how this thing plays before I do too much. 5 land, 3/5, huh? Play nothing until your commander. Never mind. Never didn't have it. Dude, never didn't have it. Turn 2. And turn 3. Do we rocket our commander out? Probably not, because we have no setup and no way to do anything because I kept a 5-lander. But I just wanted to see how no malls look. I need 2 white for that. Dude. Oh, brutal. Do you have the surveil lands? No. Am I finding a basic with this? Yes. The answer is yes. Flash, draw a card. It's a 2/4. Oh my god, spirit armor too. Okay. The intent is to win with a big bomb early, but you're not familiar with big enchantments. Yeah, we're just sort of playing lands here and not doing a lot. Dies. Womp. Upkeep. Okay. Should add some Surveil or Animate Dead Necromancy with Abdel Adrian could work too. I think we got to get stuff in our graveyard. I think we got to have a lot of ways to do that. We got to... What's this? Hideaway 5 at the beginning of our upkeep. You may mill 3. Hey, look at that. I just said we want ways to do that. How about this thing? Three, 4, 5. Give me that. You may mill 3, and then if there are 20 or more cards in your graveyard, you may play the exiled card without paying its mana cost. That's haven't seen this card before. That's funny. I'm down. 1, 2, 3. So we got something to reanimate already. Play the boy. And if he survives, we can actually do the thing. That's kind of neat. So turn 4, we're doing the thing now. We're playing this. And we're killing it. Oh yeah, this is getting milled. We're killing it, it comes back out, and we get this guy, and we, kind of incrementally doing some stuff. Let's say he gets killed, and then next turn we got 6 now. We can play dictate, then maybe swing. This thing gets milled. We can make one big dude. He's got vigilance, so you could just swing in there. Replay the boy. All right, I'm kind of just playing stuff. I'm kind of just playing my cards. I'm not getting to do a lot of reanimating. We might have to choose one. We might have to do like a which way Western man. Are we filling up our graveyard really early? And if we are, we have to play a bunch of reanimator cards, like Entomb and stuff. Not just a Faithless Looting here or there. Or we could be like some sort of enchantment creature value thing, and then this guy is just here to resurrect our curve out value plays. Yeah, putting some surveil and stuff in there would help. The more humongous beef you put in, the more shitty hands you have, but then again, there's also some stuff that just happens to be enchantment creatures. Like, I don't know exactly how much this is helping. I think on this again, this isn't a back to the drawing board version, but I think you have to pick a lane here. Either we go really into the reanimator, or really into him chilling next to your curve out value game, and he's just like insurance. I think it probably has to be a reanimator thing. Maybe I just wasn't drawing them. Moonblast Cleric. What's our removal like? Do you have card tags? No. Latino Hot. Is there an actual O-ring to sack on trigger? That could be cool. That's a potential option. All right, I'm making a duplication of it. Oblivion Ring is sick. So they started wording these differently later because no fun allowed. But on these, if you kill this thing before the first trigger resolves, then the second one will never, even if it gets removed. And so it's just like perfect removal. I think this card is just a fun little thing for this guy. What I would do with this Gen deck probably is get rid of Smothering Tithe. And now it's a bracket 2 deck, because I think it really is a bracket 2 deck. It wants to be. Yeah, Parallax Wave, exiling people's lands. No, wait, the white one is creatures, the blue one is lands. I think the wording on that one got oracled to not work like that, Iridium. But I can't recall. Anyway, I think we go nuts with it. We actually, what is this? Enters battlefield, beginning combat. All right, get rid of that. Considering, no. Card name, rune. So I like the runes. Oh, that was foolish of me. Type enchantment rune. Rune of morality. Rune of speed, rune of sustenance. I think the game plan is a whole bunch of early enchantments that draw you cards and or are good, which is why I'm thinking just the runes, just as a baseline. And then a bunch of impossibly huge crap and kind of nothing in between. The problem with reanimator strategies in Commander is that a lot of normal Commander decks will just start playing stuff that costs 7 anyway, and they'll do it about as fast as you get your shit together for reanimation, for the most part. So that's like the downside to reanimate strategies in Commander. The upside is, unlike in Legacy, if the wheels fall off and spaghetti lands everywhere and you can just never get your reanimation stuff working, you will just make enough land drops if you're not dead to just be casting the big stuff anyway. So it goes both ways on that. Reanimate strategies have to be, yeah, like MCXL says, you have to be very fast, which also means you have to be very consistent, which means you have to play like 12 Faithless Looting effects and Entomb effects, like just a shitload of them, and a shitload of huge stuff or tutors or something like that. Alex True Custodian, hey, thanks for the $2, dude. Good night. Yeah, I got to wake up early. Don't worry about it. It's a school night, except for jobs. And I'm glad you censored job there. Yeah, true. Anyway, thanks for the $2. Ripples of Undeath, yeah. Which one's Ripples? Mill, then you can pay 1 in 3 life. You do book out, yeah. We could do both, maybe. Or it could be like a Final Fantasy Reanimator where all of our huge guys just happen to be sagas. They put themselves back in the graveyard too, which is kind of helpful. It's a job night. And I think this deck really does want to be a bracket 2. I've never successfully quite made a bracket 2 before. But I think this deck wants to... This deck is comfortable in a bracket 2 area. You know, you're going to turn 2 or 3 Gen. He's going to have Summoning Sickness. You have to pay to use his ability. You have to have a enchantment out and one in your graveyard. There's a lot of setup, and he's sort of just doing it one at a time. So I think I can get rid of a lot of... random stuff. Attack, Surveil 1, it just dies. Darksteel Mutation is cool. It's flavorful. You can also get rid of it if you feel like it. Brought back is neat. What's the one I'm thinking of? Costs 3. It has flashback. Am I dumb? Savine's Reclamation. This card serves double duty because it not only can give you back your treacherous blessings and stuff like that, but it is also a ramp card because it can get back your fetch land that we'll be adding later, and sometimes 2 of them. Darksteel's a pet removal card. It's a good removal card. Because hitting commanders with it means they actually might not come back next turn, which is just nice. Add 2 mana of any one color and 2 mana of any other color. 1 until end of turn now. Stroke the Midnight. I don't think this is happening enough to really make use of it. Like, he is an enchantment, sure, but... Here, we'll do the fun part. Since we're doing all this. This guy's a maybe, that guy. This card's fun. Enters 4 to each whenever source control deals non-combat damage if there are 4 more. Yeah, this is... I think that's fine. Sphere of Safety. This might be for more of a legitimate Enchantress deck, but... Sigil of the Empty Throne, perhaps. It'll give you something to do if you just have a bunch of enchantments in your hand. Whenever you cast an enchantment, you get a 4/4 angel with flying. That's just good. I don't know if we want to screw about with Monarch. Does a similar thing to this, though. People can pass it around, and if people are passing around Monarch... So it seems like Monarch is bad because if somebody hits it, it obliges your opponent to hit you, but only after the first time. Then they're going to be passing it back and forth, and the stress might be off. How do we protect our commander? It has a tap ability, so we kind of want to give it haste. But if we go down the haste route, then that's just another setup that we're trying to find. Let's do a fun part before we eat our vegetables. What's some other humongous enchantment crap that we can bring back? I'm going to look at sagas first and just be thinking about it. There aren't too many. Each opponent sacks a creature of their choice and loses 3 life. Okay. 3 damage to each of up to 2 target creatures. On to 3 can't block. Oh, interesting. This kind of does, in a bracket 2 situation, this kind of does like everything we want it to. Even though it's like over the course of several turns, right? Gift of Immortality to protect the commander. That could be okay. Everybody hates Phyrexian Arena. However, we are in an Enchantress deck that has black. And we're not exactly a speed demon over here. Entomber Exarch will help us put something huge in the graveyard if we want it. It also has Death Touch, so it's a good blocker. Also, it's put a card in your graveyard, not just creature, which is extra nice, just like in Tomb. So sometimes you can put, I don't know, you can put a Savine's Reclamation and then flash it back, or you could put a fetch land and then play it off of that, or just put an enchantment. What if we go for some, what if we put some pain in there? Painful Quan. Because we're not like the fastest exactly. Maybe we just play a bunch of big enchantments that are horrendous. What's that ancient red one? Okay, this is a 2014 All-Star. I think it costs 6. It is 7. The Overlords? Yeah, that's a good one. Wait, are they enchantments? I think they're like Avatar horrors. Oh wait, that's creature type though. I think they are enchantments, you're right. We could play it early and just sacrifice it. And we at least get the enters thing. And then the expensive versions we play later or reanimate. Mill 4, then you may return a non-avatar creature from your graveyard to your hand. Hey, we're trying to mill. 4 damage to any target. Blast them. And a bunch of insects. That's okay. They have flying. That's good. They didn't seem great for Commander. They're not like stellar for Commander. But there are a lot of problem creatures that 4 damage can solve. And they just do stuff when they attack every time. They kind of produce value. They're like little titans. Search for Glory. Which one's that? A snow permanent, a legendary card, or a saga card. That's a maybe. It's fighting against Moonblessed Cleric, which puts it on top, which we don't want. Elegant Parlor. Raucous Theater. Shadowy Backstreet. Okay. Oh, also, if we're using Search for Glory, then all of our basics turn snow. Like we just have snow basics now. If that's how we're doing it. Yeah, technically this is a land, which is cool, but no, you know, destroying a land and reanimating something, that is actually cool. Sorry, I blew up. It is actually cool. No, you're right. It's cool. Cycling 3. Let's get all our colors turn 1, shall we? Then we can plop down with some of these. What are our colors looking like? Very little red. I mean, we're going to need red every time for this thing. We'll probably be ending up with little double red here. Double red here. Yeah, we do need like a decent amount of red. 5 is probably fine. Exotic Orchard. I don't think we're ever getting to max hand size on this one. So I don't know that we'll need a Reliquary Tower. And our commander is all of the pips and then all of the pips over here. So I just don't generally want to be colorless maxing. What is this? Search for a thing? Nah. It cycles, but nah. I love seeing how Standard is doing based on the price difference between the shocks. Yeah. How are we trying to win? Are we actually making an army of enchantment creatures and attacking? If so, soaring is kind of cool. And dictate and stuff. You could really go two ways with it. You kind of started with creatures, and so I went with that, but I guess I'm wondering, you could play with just gigantic enchantments that kill people, stuff like Vicious Shadows and Tainted Bond and Painful Quandary. Wound Reflection, except can we not use the disgusting Doctor Who thing and go for the beloved Shadowmoor? The Honker. Unlog tax. Chromatic Lantern. We'll be fine. We'll be fine on that one. How much draw discard do we want? Could go for a goad sub theme actually and put goad stuff on your opponent's creatures. And then use again the sacred, because you don't have to do this at sorcery speed. You can do this whenever. You want both to avoid anti-creature stuff? Okay. Do we want asymmetrical wraths or symmetrical wraths? I.e., do we want Blasphemous Act and, you know, a few of the other ones, or do we want something where it's like destroy all non-enchantment creatures? That would still kill Gen, though. So that is a downside. I like Spirited Companion, actually. This card is funny. Funny and good in this deck. Yeah, it's okay if we just kill stuff. We could put a bunch more Debtor's Knell style effects in if we felt like it. This one's... I never remember the name of it. Virtue of Persistence. Doomwake Giant to keep Go Wide token decks honest. Doomwake is funny. Possibly. So Virtue, I like it because on turn 2, you can kill someone's commander that they just blasted out, like some 1/3 with an annoying ability. And then later, or whatever, you can get it, and it's basically the same as Debtor's Knell. Notably, some of these reanimate from any graveyard, and some as your own, and we chose both that are your own. I do miss Doomwake Giant. I don't think we're not a pillow fort. I don't know that we would try it. Grave Breakler. This guy's good too. It's basically this guy except no death touch, but he's an enchantment. Are we doing anything with this? I don't think we want to do the combo. Virtual Positions is any grave? Yes. Yeah, I was just pointing out that a lot of them aren't any graveyard, but we've chosen the two of the ones that are any graveyard. Yeah. Portal to Phyrexia, I think, is any graveyard as well. It's time for deck tags. Type in tags. Maybe this is like a useful tutorial on Moxfield and getting your head on stuff, right? So here's ramp, and then we shift T. Put that in the other things. The other cards that are technically ramp is... This can be, but it's super situational. I don't know if I want to put it, but I will. Savine's Reclamation is technically ramp. Just to get an idea for the numbers. Like, how many big things that you want to reanimate do you actually have? Which means, like, how many big things are going to be in your hand when you have a Faithless Looting, for instance, or something like that. So something like Army. And so this is just like big guys that don't necessarily do anything. They're just big and we need guys to attack with and kill people with. One of the things is probably... I'm going to call these entombs. So entomb goes in the entombs pile. And Faithless Looting is an entomb. It's just from your hand. An unmarked grave is entomb, and so is this. I'm going to, for the time being, pretend that draw discard is an entomb, even though it's not. Later we might fix that. Filling the graveyard up with random stuff is technically an entomb, even though that's not true. This, like, might be ramp, even though it's not. Removal. Draw. How many draws do we have? This is for sure draw. These draw a card, but they do other things besides. He's drawing one card draw, not really, but we're cheating and pretending. That's draw, but it's scary. That's an entomb. Recur. So this is useful to do even though it's kind of time consuming, just to see where your numbers are at. What are the percentages? Oh, that's not draw. Let's create a treasure token. Okay. So exile all creature cards from target player's graveyard. This counts as a removal spell. Exiling someone's graveyard is removal. This is technically recur. This is win. Technically draw, I guess. Smuggler's share over monologue tax. Oh, true. Mr. Smugglesworth. Yeah, we got the win tag. Now, the win tag is ambitious. It's ambitiously named. But we're thinking positively here, right? So that's draw. Technically, this is kind of like everything. It does it all. This is win. This is win. There, now we only have a big blob of this. Technically, this is protection. This is draw. This is part of your army. When you gain life, target opponent loses that much life. This is like a hanging Chad. It's cool that it resurrects itself, but you're not really gaining life ever. So it just isn't doing anything. It's doing something when, where's that enchantment? It's doing something when this exists, because it has lifelink. And there's like one other guy that has lifelink, but I just don't, even though it seems to fit perfectly because it's an enchant creature and stuff, I just don't think it's quite doing anything. We could do some, we could have some like, yeah, No Mercy or some humongous 8 mana enchantments, like all creatures have double strike or just goofy shit like that. This is an army. This is draw discard. This is an entomb. Sorry. I made a mistake. Discard, loot, or not loot, rummage effect. Not an entomb. Because you have to have the card in hand first, which sucks. You are draw. You are entomb. You are removal. You are technically protection, but just army. I mean, in the most... Yeah, this is just army. This is one draw. This is draw. This is fucking huge, but technically it's removal. Because it's going to enter, destroy a permanent, and then someone's going to kill it. Same thing. Same thing. Same thing. Alright, I like those guys. Synergy. All right, now let's check our numbers. What do we got here? We have 17 draw, but keep in mind, a lot of it is just 1. We have somewhat of an army, but not a lot. We got a bunch of entombs. It's got to be a non-legendary card. Are any of these creatures? I think they're all cards. Yeah, good. That's good. Bunch of recursion. A bunch of creatures that are serving double duty as being guys, but also dealing damage to stuff. That's useful. Potentially 3 win cons, synergy. Now is the time. We're at 102, and these 2 protection cards probably aren't doing much. They happen to be enchantments, but I like this one. This one stays. We have to make sure that we have enough enchantments that we get some out early to be able to sacrifice to Gen. So we always have to keep that in mind. Any any other humongous crap that might be funny? Are there enchantments that create stuff? What do we got? No Mercy, True Conviction. What's the curve looking like now? The curve is going to get grotesque because it's a reanimator deck. So we're still kind of okay, but we got a hunchback over here, and it's going to get worse before it gets better. Heliod, Erebos, Perverse. Yeah, we do have a lot of mana symbols. You could go a god route. If you did, we'd like get rid of a bunch of stuff and then put a bunch of gods in. That could be a decent option. No Mercy, if I recall correctly, is like Fear, except it costs 4. Yeah. Whenever a creature deals damage to you, destroy it. Hey, all right. I mean, that's kind of a protection spell. It doesn't protect you from a crater hoof because you'll die, but it's funny. I'm adding it to considering. True Conviction, is that the one for 8? Lifelink and flying? No, double strike and lifelink. Yeah. Maybe the point is we have a bunch of enchantment creatures, and then the hugest, stupidest buff enchantments ever. And we're like a little, maybe that's the point. Final parting. Five's a lot for that. I think no. If I was casting it for free, I would. But consider, if you want to do this on the turn that you get to do the thing, it's 8. Because it's 3 to cast it and then, or sorry, it's 5 to cast it and then 3 to use the thing. Specific theme was specifically not auras, so we don't want auras, huh? Well, I do have some auras here. But we have a lot of draw cards and we can replace them. More like not using auras for buffing dudes, okay. Like it's, yeah, like it's not Voltron. We want our stuff to like hit everybody. Is there some like Punisher thing when I might be misremembering which one it is. There was something like whenever it attacks your opponent, it gets trample or it gets double strike or something like that. And it's very easy. It's very easy to run too many of these things. I thought there was a red one where it was like all creatures have double strike. Or your creatures have something like that. This one is very funny. It only targets one person. Legion Loyalty is silly. I feel like we're in bracket 2 right now, and so we should lean into, we should have fun. And Legion Loyalty is funny. Avatar of Slaughter. Oh, and it's a creature. You're right, yeah. Nah. I was thinking maybe Assemble the Legion. What's the Duelist's Heritage is also a decent option. A lot of what you could be doing, maybe, and I don't know if this would actually work out, is... Oh, I wasn't familiar with the art of it. The art of all the cards keeps changing because it uses the newest ones. Berserker's Onslaught is the huge one. Ah, yes. Attacking creatures. I sort of want your non-attacking creatures to have double strike too, though. And True Conviction does that. That's a maybe. I put in Duelist's Heritage, which is a maybe as well. At least it costs 3, but it does that. Legion Loyalty is funny. So we'll put it technically in the win, even though it's not. This thing to draw cards. This thing in win. We're at 105. You're a maybe. Are there any other enchantments that enter and draw you a bunch of cards and have a downside? You draw 3 cards, gain 6 life, and create 3/2/1 black bat creature tokens with flying. At the beginning of your end step, you discard a card, lose 2 life, and sack a creature, and when it leaves the battlefield, you discard 3, lose 6, and aww. So this is only good for donate decks, huh? This is only good if you're donating stuff. Boo. Boo earns. Okay, we could have had another one. I think there's one that draws 4. Liliana's Contract. When it enters, you draw 4 cards and lose 4 life. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you control 4 more demons with different names, you win the game. Draw 4 cards for 5 is probably good. If we were going wide, Champions from Beyond is actually quite nice. I don't think we are. Midnight Oil. Is that the one with the skull on it? No. Draw an additional card and remove 2 hour counters from it. Your max hand size is equal to the number of hour counters. Yeah. No. Demonic Pact. Oh, this is the one that I was talking about before. This is a concern. We might not be okay with this. Because you do lose the game if your commander is dead and doesn't, and like stays dead, you know? It wouldn't be completely out of pocket to run 1 or 2 of these things. Oh, some of them, I thought some of them are permanents. But maybe not. I know a lot of them are creatures, and some of them are creature or artifact. But I guess they all are. No permanents. Yeah, enchantment. Oh, hey, bargain. Bargain's kind of good, isn't it? And you get to cast the thing for free. How many bargains can we do? It's sort of like we don't want to have nothing out because we do need stuff to sacrifice. But how many bargain cards? Are there any good ones? There aren't many. It's fine to just have a bargain. So Idyllic Tutor comes out because Beseech of the Mirror went in. There is a slight concern with what's it called? Demonic Pact. So if Gen's not out and you cast this, it's fine. But you're going to need to eventually, and you might die. But it might be funny. So now what's the problem? The problem might be we don't have enough enchantments that we really do want to sacrifice. But he can just be a little insurance guy or a birthing pod. We live by the sword here. A lot of times it might be the case where someone points a removal spell at one of your enchantments and then you just sack it in response and trade up. That could potentially be a thing. We have we don't have a lot of protection, but I guess that's fine because the whole point is reanimating stuff. Is there any reusable way of getting back some enchantments? There's another one too, but that other one might be... Being your upkeep, you may return target enchantment card from your graveyard to the battlefield. That's good, as long as you control 5 or more that become creatures. That seems good. Seems what we want. It means now you lose to, like, Toxic Deluge, kills all your guys, but that's fine. We're a reanimator deck anyway, I guess. I just keep leaning on that. And now we're up to 108, and we gotta drop some stuff. So let's look. 9 ramp is fine. This one's technically not. This one's technically not. You have to be really, the timing has to be perfect on brought back. I don't think we want to return a creature one time to our hand and maybe scry. Considering. 12 removal is good. I wouldn't go less. We have one sweeper. No, I think I added the second one, right? Yeah, we have this other sweeper. This one kills all non-enchantment creatures, and this one kills everything that you don't control. And this is an oh shit, it's turn 4 and everyone has 5 creatures out. Kind of oh shit button. You could also go for the one that sacrifices 2. It's probably better, but it's bad against infinite tokens. And then Starfield is... It's kind of like Win, and it's also kind of like... Recursion. I'm looking for one more and then we can start cutting some stuff. Can we get one like Giga Blaster besides this thing, which takes too long? Replenish is $150, so let's just look. And this thing costs 9. We could miracle something, I guess. Open the vaults, but that helps everyone. Triple white 3. Look, I guess we gotta wait 2 turns. Disturbing Mirth. It's kind of a wicked artwork, too. If I'm sacking an enchantment, I don't think we have enough fodder enchantments. Whenever it enters, if you cast it, destroy all non-enchantment creatures. Whenever it or another enchantment enters the battlefield under your control until end of turn, It becomes a legendary 6/6 nightmare god creature with menace and death touch. Interesting. So if we reanimate it, it won't destroy all non-enchantment creatures. But it will just be a 6/6 demon. And eventually when we cast it, it does do that. This is a maybe. Oh yeah, I was going to look for one more enchantment. All right, I must have been thinking of something else. I thought there was another, like, upkeep shrine thing or something like that. Considering. That card's actually kind of cool. Considering. Two more. Considering. Wait. 8 Entombs might be a 20. Yeah, kind of gets big. I think we're good on those. Drop one card. Court. All right. All right, now it's time to look at the dreaded monocurve. All right, Twin Peaks over here. But that's reanimating big stuff. The Saddam Hussein mustache monocurve. What are we doing early? Not enough. Not doing enough early. And turn 3 is a big turn that you're sharing with your commander. I think we're kind of playing stuff and then casually dropping our commander. Man, this is really not turning out like a reanimator, is it? Abuelo's Awakening. Artifact or non-aura enchantment. Graveyard battlefield with big counters on it. And then it's a spirit. This is a one-shot effect. Are we just playing enchantments here? What does this feel like? What does this feel like to play now? It feels like having no land in the opening hand. Or 5 land in the opening hand. Alright, well, I kept a 5-lander last time, so we'll do it again this time. Vitrium. Hey, we got all 3 colors right away. Absolutely amazing. So, end of turn, Entomb. What's the card we want to put in the graveyard? Like, what's our thing? If you had to choose only one enchantment to put out immediately, what do you put out? Unironically, Starfield of Nyx, or I don't know. Knight's final payment. Oh, you know, here, let's just bear with me here. It's Bahamut. Like, it's not Bahamut, but, you know, we're here for funny. Play the guy. 1, 2, 3. Draw 3. And next turn we can do the thing. So if we had something to play turn 1 that costs 1, that was an enchantment, we could have done that on turn 4, but now we're doing it on turn 5. And so we sack this and make a big. And that's funny. And we get to do it at instant speed, and we can be like, oh, we'll do this on their creature or whatever. Whoever else is doing something, we can mutate it. And then, hey, all right, someone inevitably kills it before it's our turn again, because, you know, you can't have too much fun. And so, okay, that's cool. You can have your commander back, but I get a Bahamut back. Fair trade. You get your commander, I get Bahamut back. And play this guy for 2 as a thing. 2 mill 4. I'm just spreading my graveyard out to see what's even there. Then you may return a non-avatar creature or planeswalker from your graveyard to your hand. How about this guy that goes and finds, like, whatever we want later? Yeah, so the person gets their commander back, and then you instantly shoot it with Bahamut. That seems fair. I'm pretending our commander is just alive here, which a lot of times you shouldn't be doing when testing. But I want to see what happens when fun gets to happen, right? Oh, here, we'll draw 2. They didn't kill it somehow. This thing only costs 6. We can swing for 18. That's kind of cool. I mean, you don't have to cheat them out. You can just cast them. Swing for 18, gain 18. That's kind of silly. We can even weave this in the middle of it because we have 7 mana. Or conversely, instead of do that, we could have played Violent Tumor and put some other humongous thing out and used this and killed this to bring out some other big thing. This is like starting to come together. It's not completely all there, but I think it's starting to come together. Either tutoring for some other huge thing and playing it, or having a funny double strike Bahamut. In bracket 2 anyway, like we're doing cool things. And we assumed they killed Bahamut right away. They might not have. We assumed our commander lived. It might not have, but, you know. Interesting. Okay. I think the deck is beginning to coalesce. We're not quite there yet. Z the Insane. Hey, thanks for being a first-time chatter. I'm trying to see how this works. I'm not normally a commander deck tech streamer, but I thought it'd be neat, and I just had Magic on the brain, and so I'm like looking over people's commander decks. I don't do this professionally. I want you to know. If you want professional deck advice, I don't know, talk to the Elk or something. What's the artifact that lets creatures tap right away and untap them? It is... Oh, damn. I know exactly the artifact you're talking about. I used to play it. Man, I wish I were better at names. If I were a professional, I would be better at names. 1,000-year elixir. Thank you. It like only works with your commander and you need 7 mana to use him twice. Which is a reason not to play him. Not to play 1,000-year elixir. Like you could just put lightning greaves and hexproof boots in if you really felt like it. I feel like they should just be in there as a maybe pile. Because they're good on him. And equipping, you know, putting boots on Bahamut is actually kind of cool, right? We actually do want to attack with our huge guys too. It serves double duty. Even though it's kind of boring to include both of these in every single deck ever. But what I like about them is it protects him, it lets him work. And you can put it on your huge crap to kind of protect it and swing with it. The booties Bahamut. Now we're at 102. Some other things probably have to change. Maybe that guy goes, although that's our only grave hate. Anyway, point is, I'll relink this. And it's not done, it's not perfect, but I think as far as like a bracket 2, big enchanties, kind of reanimate, kind of value, cool, funny effects, I think we're a lot closer to what you were thinking of than the start. How did that work out? That took a while. Now I see why all the people who do this talk a mile a minute. There, I attempted. I'm not really a bracket 2 player, but appreciate the in-depth nature of it. It feels personal. Yeah, I think they screen theirs. It's already got like type and tags from the person or something, but I just wanted to go through sort of the whole process. Anyway, there's like 1 million of these submitted. I might just have to do a day of it. If people like this, I don't know if people... Maybe it's fine. Enjoy the process. They're not going to allow you to shift to a different theme, but that's fine. Also, if a whole stream was this, you could go through like 4 decks. No, I mean, how long did this take? I bet I could do 5. I bet we could do 5. Shift onto... Oh, did I shift onto a different... That's something I gotta really make sure about. What was the theme different? Play cheap enchantment? Yeah, we don't really play cheap enchantments anymore. Well, we do. We do play cheap enchantments, but fewer of them. And then there's less of a mill discard, but we are milling. Yeah, it is a shift. An hour and a half per deck is reasonable. Some of them might be really quick. What if the person's deck is just amazing? I would just be like, no, this is sick. And then they're free. Iridium was after Femonk. And they listed 2 of them, 3 of them, 4 of them. Is there one of these you prefer, Iridium? What's the one? It could just be some shit that you want to show off. You're like, look at this shit, it's so good. Tefal, my man. This guy is fun. I like this guy. He is trying to do something that is rare in Commander. And what that thing is, playing Magic the Gathering. This is getting kind of rare nowadays. But very few Commander decks are trying to play Magic the Gathering. And what I mean by that is you're curving out on guys and valuing and attacking often and blocking often. You're not just ramping to some fucking thing, right? You're either ramping to some huge thing or finding your combo and executing upon it or playing enough copy effects that double your triggers and triple your triggers. And whenever you cast an instant, copy it. And whenever you copy something, copy it a second time. And then just spelling off in a 15-minute turn. Or whenever you play a token, double it. And whenever you play a token, triple it. You know, that kind of stuff is what commanders do. But the reason I like Tevel is because he's playing Magic. You're playing a card, you're getting a 2-for-1 from it. You're getting a little value off of it. And you're just progressing through the game. And that's hard to do because it's hard to do that against 3 people and not die. But anyway, there's my preamble for why I like this guy. Tevel absolutely water bursts all over the place. Or water bursting. Tevel shenanigans with blinking my entire board with Waterbender's Restoration looped with an E-Wit or T-Wit. Acquiring tokens and other value through recursion and blink. No tags because this is an Architect import, no problem. Seems to be bracket 3. Look at the tagged for removal and stuff. We'll probably do that. I know there's a bunch of combos with this guy. Some of them are massive combos, and some of them are just quite nice bonuses, just bonus synergy everywhere. Whenever he attacks, mill 3, then you can turn a land from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. So whenever he attacks, you kind of ramp most of the time. And then whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, you get a zombie who happens to be a druid, which is very interesting because is that a shaman or a druid? It's not Druidwin. It is a, yeah, okay. It is a druid. So there's this guy. This guy immediately came to mind when I noticed the zombies were also druids. Guild Leaf Archdruid. 3/3 for 5. Whenever you play a druid spell, you may draw a card. Tap 7 untapped druids you control. Gain control of all lands target player controls. Is this the kind of thing you're trying to do, or is this the kind of thing you're not trying to do? I'm going to put it in considering until then. But it's interesting that there are zombie druid creature tokens. It just came to mind out of nowhere. What an interesting Birds of Paradise you've chosen. Excellent. That's a bit too rude for bracket 3. It's because it targets one player. If it was just everyone, then they would scoop and you would win. But unfortunately, you hydrogen bomb one person and then everyone else is like, well, all right then. Aberral Druid, Deathrite Shaman. Oh, you chose none of the arts, okay. Delighted Half-Oling. Green Sun Zenith. Do we have a Dryad Arbor? Yes. We have a Dryad Arbor, all right. We passed the Green Sun Zenith check. Otherwise, the Spider Slump, dude, I might have to. I'm not the biggest fan of Architect, but I can't be looking at Spider-Man cards, I'm sorry. Okay. 4 blink cards, and they're good. It's cool that we can blink lands too. Excel target artifact and or... Oh, so just X of them. This might be an online-only card. I don't recognize it. Spectral Restitching. Is this like a Through the Omen Paths version of... I think this is an alchemy card that doesn't exist in real life. because it's really good. And I would put it in the deck if it existed, but I don't believe it exists. And then there's Waterbender's Restoration as an additional cost to cast it. Waterbend X. Exile X target creatures you control. Return those cards to the battlefield under their opponent's control to begin the next end step. All right, help me out here. I don't know what waterbending does. While paying a waterbending cost, you can tap your artifacts and creatures to help. It's just Convoke, except also artifacts. Got it. All right, so you tap all your little zombies and then you blink a bunch of creatures and get value. Spectral Restitching is the online version of Hide on the Ceiling. Oh, yeah, because you don't like spider slop. And you're right not to. I didn't recognize this card because I don't know all the cards from Spider-Man, apparently, because a lot of them are really good, and that's annoying because I hate Spider-Man. I see. That's what you did. Card's really good, though. Yeah, and so you get this back with Eternal Witness or whatever. It's not like an infinite loop at that exact time because they come back at the beginning of the next end step. It's just like a tap out on my turn for infinite value every turn kind of thing. It's not like a win the game right now kind of thing. So Phoenix Mercer. Yeah, I'm checking out people's deck lists. Draw. I love Baleful Strix, big fan. Do you have the green-blue one that requires you have too many snow permanents to be manageable in Commander? No. But that's probably correct. Crawling Oracle is funny. For Mastermind, Guardian Project is just good. I love Sig. Look at this guy. Yeah, Teval's Judgment. It's got his own name in it. Synergy. Great Hengi. Wan Shi Dong. This card's so good. A touch light, perhaps. But it's probably fine. Agadeems. Free exile the graveyard effect. I like how you chose the Dryad Arbor that looks the most like a real forest. Field of the Dad. Lorien Revealed is basically an island, you're right. Excellent choice for basics. So we got fetches, Ravnica duels, actual duels. We have surveils, and we have 2 or more opponent cycle, which is the best one. Do you like the 2 or more other lands ones, or do you not like those because you can't use them turn 1 or 2? Oh, you have the basic lands ones, which are the same thing, only I think worse. No, they're better because they have the land types. You have to have literally 2/3 of your basic lands out. But that's doable. You know, actually, it's quite doable because Tevel is doing some shit. Shifting Sync. The One Triumph. Vara Stronghold is a great choice. Was going to recommend it. Otawara is just good. Boseiju is just good. 38 in total, considering the flip ones. You do want to be hitting real land, and you're not going to be able to do that with Tevel. It is a little tiny dyssynergy is the flippy lands. The flippy lands don't quite work with Tevel. It's not like they're not worth playing. They're still good. It's just a little bit of a dyssynergy. No, it's a quality land base. This is good. You're only cheating a little bit. I would... Man, I really like Mysterized Village. If you're already in on Cavernous Souls, one of my recommendations is consider Mysterized Village as a treat. Because I rather like that one. If we're looking for super expensive lands to put in an already good land base, which it seems that we are, that's a decent... Also, with the amount of fetches you have and the amount of lands you can select, no, you'll get it. You have so many land types among your lands. You're only running you're only running technically 2 cycles that don't have land types. Normally, I would say sometimes you can start to run out of fetchable lands in a 3-color deck that only plays 1 of each basic. In which case, like 1 Urborg or 1 Yavimaya is kind of good to be able to tap your fetches for land once you're out of them. But I don't know if that would be the biggest problem here. I think you're probably safe. What else was I looking through? We got Blink, we got Draw, we got Morally Obligated Proxies. Somebody watched the Trinket Mages video. You might swap the Cavern for one of those. You think that's reasonable? Oh, you're the one who posted. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, Cavern is definitely better because Mysterized Village costs 1 extra, so you're paying extra mana for it, and so it's worse in that respect. But you can hitch a ride with Mysterize onto literally anything instead of just a creature type, and it always taps for blue. So I think they're both reasonable. Playing both is fine. Playing only one is fine. Aftermath Analyst. Card's just great. You're going to have a lot of lands, so it's sort of like pay for show and tell one-sided something. Grazer. It's this guy, the funny little cub. Dude, imagine tapping your creatures for mana and doubling it. Birds, Cloud of Fairies, so that we can untap. Is this just free to get another spell? Oh, no, it's not just free. We're comboing. So we're flickering this to keep the combo going. I was going to say Deathrite Shaman is sometimes a maybe. It depends on who you're playing with. But I think we're clearly going for something like a bracket 4 question mark here. Which means everyone's going to have fetches, so it's fine. Also, it technically synergizes with Tefl if you choose to target your own stuff, even though you probably don't want to. Yeah, and this guy with Blink is silly because you put him out and then just blink him. So you really only paid 4 for it most of the time. Lumra, of course, as the other Aftermath Analyst. Seedborn we use because why not take 3 extra turns? Summon Titan to fill up our graveyard. And he also has the cool thing. 7/7 reach is not to be ignored. So Lumra, Summon Titan, having stuff that just is accidentally big with reach that is good anyway is excellent at not taking damage early or mid game. Because the person isn't swinging at you with their 6/6 flyer. So I like to hide stuff like that in decks. Not really as overt protection, but just nice stuff. The Baleful Strix can also do that job. And Uro is cool. And sometimes he might even leave your graveyard. As well as some other stuff. Animate Dead. Any Reanimate? We do. Necromancy for all 3 of them. This is cool. This card came out and I'm like, damn, they just made a regrowth that's instant. How fun. Forgot what this guy does. Oh, and using the original art. Nice. Whenever he enters or attacks, draw a card, discard at the beginning of your upkeep. If there are 14 or more cards in your graveyard, transform him. What does he do? Flip him. During your turn, you may play cards from your graveyard. Oh, Yawgmoth's Will. Okay. If a card or token to be put into your graveyard from our exiled instead. All right, so it's true. It's true, baby. I like how he flips technically for free. Still Explorer is perfect. He does literally everything, and with one singular fetch land, he ramps you every turn forever. Life from the Loam is too satisfying to ignore. Muldrotha is just super, super good stuff, and it like actually could be the commander, but you'd rather have it in the 99. Rise is great. 6 is great. Timeless Witness. Counterspell, Mana Drain. Toxic Deluge, Primaris Eliminator. An Airtie Resurrected. I play this guy too, and it pains me to have an opponent draw a card, but he just does literally everything printed on the card. I run him in Glarb. Desert Plea is just Rise of the Witch King too. Man, I put Ravenous Chalupa in every deck, but Primaris Eliminator is if you're in a big mana deck, being able to destroy people's bunny rabbit tokens is actually important every once in a while. Birthing Pod, Birthing Ritual. Neoform, yep, both of those. We're spinning to win. Brand new speaker card that's great. What does this guy do again? When Grim Servant enters a battlefield, search your library for a card with mana value less than or equal to the Devotion to Black. Oh, that's actually just good. You can always get an Entomb with it, you can always get a Reanimate with it, you can always get a land with it. Even if it's the only thing out. Yep. Muddled Mixture. Every time I scroll down, I see cards I was going to recommend. Perplex. See, look at this. It's not all pure value. Sometimes you gotta have fun. And yeah, I know it's there for the transmute, but counter target spell unless its controller discards their hand. Like, how much do you want that spell actually? It's fun to cast. The Speaker, Spellseeker, Survival. Fauna Shaman probably existed in this deck and got replaced by the Formidable Speaker, who is better. Is my guess. Invasion, because we need another finale. Invasion, by the way, is the best battle. Probably. And then we got a giant maybe board. Ancient Green Warden, who is really cool, but he probably went out when Ice Tail got printed. And yeah, doubling your Field of the Dad tokens are cool and everything. Conduit, I think there's just no... You could just be playing with one Crucible or Conduit or whatever the... There's a Door version that's pretty good too, where half of it is Crucible for 3 and the other half is Yawgmoth's Will for 5. If you wanted to play a card that just said you can play lands from your graveyard, that's probably the one I would recommend the most. It seems that you don't want to, or you maybe want to. Walk-in Closet, that's the one. Yeah, I couldn't think of the name. Because I've played with Conduit of Worlds a lot, and I gotta say, you just never use the tap thing. You just don't. And anytime you want to use the tap thing, you always want to cast something afterwards because you're bringing back some sort of engine thing. And so, you know, you can like imagine situations where you have absolutely nothing going on. You have no hand. You're so screwed. And you tap Conduit and put something cool out, but it just so rarely comes up that Crucible or Walk-in Closet especially are probably just always better unless you're in something that cares about 4 exactly, like Glarb or whatever. Conduit you don't think was ever in there? You don't know why it's in the maybe board? Okay. I don't know if you... Yeah, I was going to say... If you want to bring lands back from your graveyard, Life from the Loam is better. Muldrotha is better. Lumira and Aftermath Analyst are way better. Tevel does that. I don't know that you need just a naked Crucible effect, but if you did, Walk-in Closet is my recommendation. Conjurer's Closet, just a little too much worse than Thassa. Dire Undercurrents. Hell yeah. Some Norwegian dude, thanks for the tier 3 for 62. I appreciate it. Damn, what a tier. TYVM. Is it worth going through this maybe board? It just seems like a bunch of really good cards, including Pedantic Learning, which would be cool if like Sidisi was your commander. Endurance, of course. Endurance is like good, yeah, giant tier months. Endurance is good in response to some blowout, you know, exile your graveyard thing. But I think for the most part, you just rebuild. Right? You just counter it or rebuild. Your whole thing is incremental building towards eventually blowing people up. It's not like you're necessarily going for some massive play, although you have them in here. Only card you ever want to see leave your graveyard is Waterbender's Restoration. Ooh, 1 extra snow-covered island with the wonderful Stork artwork. This guy who's worse than the other 2 you're playing. This thing's a bit slow. Yeah, and these are just all like stitched together victim. They're just like the 3rd best, the 4th best swag tusk. They care about the older recipes. They remember them. Yeah, Excavator, because you can Green Sun for Excavator, so it's like better, worse than Crucible. All right, perfect. I'm glad we could end it on a note. I'm glad we could end it on a note that I was talking about before, where someone is just like, hey, look at my great deck that's tuned very well. And then I get to go through it and be like, yeah, this is a great deck that looks tuned very well. Yeah, my notes would just be
Twitch Prime.
My notes would just be random stuff like, consider this thing you've clearly already considered because it's in your maybe pile. Or, do you want 2 Arboreal Grazers? Not really, because you'll Green Sun for 1 on turn 2 if you really need it, or whatever. Yep. Hey, good work. Oh, dude, you know what would be so brutal? You could get me right now. You could destroy me right now. If you built this whole thing and then secretly took out 1 random card and replaced it with the 2nd best version of that card and left it in there as a trap for me not to find, and then you're like, it was this one. You were supposed to find this one. I would be utterly destroyed if you did that. In future, maybe that'll be a funny game. Phoenix Mercer, thanks for the big prime. Appreciate it. Are you here for Magic, Phoenix Mercer, or are you a wargaming enjoyer as well? Kevin does have minor synergy with Seedborn too, since it and Tevel are spirits. Oh yeah. Magic or both? Hell yeah. All right, well, welcome aboard. Thanks for the primer. All right, I have to have something. I have to have something bad to say. You're not running enough counter spells. But you know that, I know that, and everybody else knows that, and you've decided to choose fun and a proactive strategy instead. Because a lot of your turn is casting stuff on your turn until you manage to find your Seedborn. So there, you bastard. I managed to find something wrong with it. I didn't want to do it to you, but it's the same thing with my Simic deck. Like, I'm not running enough counters either, because I'm trying to have fun too much. I get it. Honestly, don't know what you would cut. You have 17 tutors and 9 draw. You flop that into 12 draw and 11 tutors and add a few counter spells. Or you let it ride because it's fine. And it's actually quite good anyway. Pick your poison. Tevel seems like a really fun commander in both versions. Tevel is so fun that I'm mad because I already have I always struggle to come up with the new names of it. I already have a bug commander, okay? I'm using the old words that I grew up with. I already have a bug commander, and it's Glarb, right? Sultai, that's it. And Tevel is so cool, and you can build him in so many different ways. But I think it's illegal. I don't know. I'm going to have to call the police. I think it's illegal to have 2 3-color decks that are exactly the same 3 colors and very similar in playstyle. But I don't know. Maybe I'll call the CIA and see if they're cool about it. Muddle and Perplex are technically honorable mention counterspells, kinda. I do have to warn. It's not a warning, but I have cast Perplex a few times, and every time I've cast it, my opponent has said okay, discarded their hand, and won. So there is that. But it's still cool, and that's not going to happen every time. Oh yeah, the returns were not, the recursion was not lost on me. An important step in the loop is triggering Tevel every time. Oh, I know. You should put Zhao Dun the One-Eyed in here, because he's basically a Timeless Witness, except way worse. Way worse. But then you'll have 3 of those effects. No. It's just a cool $200. No big deal for a card that's literally worse than Timeless Witness in every way. It would be so sick. Primaris Eliminator is cool. Funny guy. All right, I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. It's time for me to go. But cool deck. I hope to play against it at Adepticon if you're going. This shit's sick. This kind of deck is my kind of deck. Absolutely dirtle maxing, a million tiny value plays everywhere. Bonus card advantage by accident as a tertiary effect of some other thing you're trying to do. Almost a little sad when you have the win because you want to keep accruing value instead of do anything. It's great. Get out of here. I might do this some other time. This week, actually. Are you signed up for an MTG United at Adepticon? You don't got to sign up. You just got to show up. It's free. Oh, you're UK. Okay. Anyway, TY for watching. Tzeentch Book, great. Commander is cool. They didn't ban Rhystic Study, which they should have. But we got the good answer on almost everything else. I hope in the future BR4 gets a little cleaned up. Thanks for watching. I think I'm going to have to check. Oh yeah, bio is back, quote unquote back. We could finally put bio, what's it called? I keep thinking biovisionary, that's wrong. Anyway, all I remember is it's $25 now and no one will play it. Because there's already a better creature version. But hey, all right. Oh, Biorhythm, that's it, yeah. Good one. And Shaman of the Pharaoh Ways has always been there if you really want to. This Friday, I'm going to have to check with the mods, but we might do the top 100 console thing, which should be good because SJ is no longer deathly ill, which he was for like 3 weeks plus. It's like 80 now, but low supply. Okay. Well, I'm not looking for it for a deck. It sounds cool, but I'm not looking for it. Look, I'll get rid of these 100 foil Primeval Titans one of these balance updates. And then I'm going to the Cayman Islands. Well, I'm not. Maybe I'll pay someone to go for me and take some pictures. Anyway, see you Friday, possibly earlier. Keep an eye out on Discord. And thanks for the subs and the bits and the primes. Join my Discord, I guess.